I'm just a little late. I had to get some coffee and had a bunch of stuff to do today with my web server, and wow, when I renewed my web hosting, I'm just a little late. I had to get some coffee, and they gave me this other email, and didn't realize that I hadn't been able to check my email for a couple of days on my Mommy Ramblings blog stuff. As I told you, I'm putting a stop for last week, this week, and probably next week with being Thanksgiving to holding interviews, because it's really, really time consuming, and I had a lot of stuff to take care of, and I have some things going on, so I figured, okay, I'm going to take a break from that, so I wasn't checking my email, and my email is just crazy with interview stuff when my Mommy Rambling. So today when I said, okay, Carolyn, you got to face the music and go in there, because I think there were people that were trying to book dates with me, and I can't just blow them off. So I went in there, and I'm like, wow, there's very few emails. Now, Mommy Ramblings, the blog email, it's overwhelming because the volume of mail that account gets. So at first I'm like, phew, I've caught up. And then I'm like, Carolyn, come on, this is like ridiculous. This is not real. Just look back on the days before I renewed the web hosting and look how many emails came in a day. So then I knew it. So then I had to go on chat with my web host, and then they're like, yeah, well, all your emails been, it's going now to this other email we get, like the same email address, but it's like a Gmail suite one, but it's not Gmail, okay? And they go, it's over there. Here's the password. Go look at it. You already have like 14,000 emails. You're kidding me. So I went in there, and that was overwhelming, because it's overwhelming to already be that far behind in, 4 days or something. So I started to do that, and then I just said, look, I got to give myself a break. I can't. If I miss somebody's thing, then that's just the way it is. I can't do this. So I spent a lot of time setting it up, hours and hours. And then I was listening to the Chloe Driver trial. And then tomorrow I have to go to an appointment, and it's a pretty serious medical appointment that I have to go to. And so I'd appreciate your prayers and stuff, but it's to say it's been controlling my mind since, yesterday, it has. Okay, so I'm really like a little bit of a wreck over it, and just trying to think the best, that it's not something that it could be, which would be absolutely devastating. So, I'm just trying to carry on. And so, so that's why I just said, Carolyn, you don't have to go through and worry about, like, if you didn't get back to somebody that was scheduling an interview, you don't have to worry about it now. Wait till we know more tomorrow about what it is, and if somebody can't be okay with that, then that's okay. Okay, because it's okay not to be okay. So I'm not okay. I'm far from okay. So what I did today is I listened to the trial. I did stuff with my kids, and did a few things here, but yeah, my mind's been caught in a bit of a spiral, so we'll see. Tomorrow, I should know something tomorrow afternoon, so we'll see then. But yeah, prayers please, I'd appreciate that. And Chloe Driver's trial, then Lyle Menendez and Eric Menendez, it looked like the lead prosecutor in that was looking to do this because of the re-election, and he didn't get re-elected. So now the governor has put their clemency bid on hold, and he needs the prosecutor for that position elect to look it over, and they'll do that. And then we saw, so Kristy Blanchard. I did also manage to listen to that with a few friends. She went on a live. Happened to be Natasha Cooper's live on TikTok. And the fallout from it is pretty epic because it's funny. She slipped on a few things. Now, did she slip intentionally, not intentionally? And there's slips that they're not mentioning, slips that they're mentioning. It all has to do with Gypsy and Ken. Are they together? Are they not together? And along with other things we caught that I haven't seen anybody talk about yet, but we're going to keep that. That's going to be to the end. Yesterday I started you off with Gypsy. Well, now you're going to wait for Gypsy. She's going to be at the end. I think I will start quickly with the Menendez brothers. I'll go to Chloe Driver. Then I'll do Gypsy Rose. Then I'll give you an update on our legal case. We have big updates on our legal case. And some very big news on that. I know that White Angela was asking last night about it. And I'm going to update you about our upcoming trial. Because we're having a trial, so we're really super excited about it. And we're going to cover it every step of the way. So I'll talk to you more about that. All right, so let's talk about the Menendez brothers. Because this is has to be, to all the people that were in such a... See, this is the thing about elections and election years and what politicians will do. And if you ever notice, people will tell you, if you're trying to get something, like even if it's a law passed, or they'll go, oh, go to so-and-so, it's an election year. And they're trying to do this or that and the other thing. Because these legislators, these congressmen, these senators, all of who's ever running for election is always looking to do something to put them in the news in a positive light around an election. But when they don't win, okay, then that's when you find out if they really had a passion for whatever it was, or if they were just using it, to help them win, and they didn't win. So do they really care about things? Maybe not at all. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. You find out. I think in this case, you're going to see this ball is dropped on the Menendez brothers. That's what I'm saying. Okay, I'm just saying that's my opinion. I think you're going to see the ball get dropped on them. So let me pull some information up about what the governor said on that. Okay. All right. So California Governor Gavin Newsom halts the clemency bid on the Menendez brothers until LA DA's-elect's reviews everything. Okay, so is it just let's pass the buck here and see, and then, maybe people will forget about it. But the governor Newsom halted the decision, squashing the hopes of being free for the holidays. So remember, we're talking about Eric and Lyle, were they going to be free for the holidays? And I believe it was their lawyer that said they would be having Thanksgiving with them. They'd be invited to the house, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, well, that's not going to happen. So now, Nathan Hochman, a former federal prosecutor who defeated George Gascon, and that's the DA that was the one that was behind this clemency. Well, we don't even know, Nathan Hochman. So, what does he feel? The governor respects the role of the district attorney in ensuring justice is served and recognizes that voters have entrusted District Attorney-elect Hochman to carry out this responsibility. And that's a statement from Governor Newsom's office. The governor will defer to the DA-elect's review and analysis of the Menendez case prior to making any clemency decisions. The decision will allow Hochman, who campaigned on a tougher stance on crime, time to review the thousands of pages of prison files and trial transcripts and speak with law enforcement, prosecutors, defense attorneys, and victims' family members before making his recommendation to the court. Yeah, that should just be about a couple of weeks, right? Yeah. The district attorney-elect expressed his commitment to thoroughly reviewing the high-profile case upon taking office on December 2nd. So he said, and I quote, "This is the same type of rigorous analysis I have done throughout my 34-year career in criminal justice as a prosecutor and defense counsel, and the same type of thorough review that I will give to all cases, regardless of media attention." So we'll see. Time will tell. Gascon announced last month that his office was recommending the two brothers, who were in their 50s, should be eligible for parole after they've spent more than 30 years behind bars for killing their parents in 1989. So that's the deal on the Menendez brothers. December 2nd will be the start of the prosecutor-elect to start looking at that case, and we'll see what else. I'm sure he has a lot of other things he has to do as well. We'll see what happens. It doesn't sound like it's going to be easy breezy. Oh, and we had to talk about PDiddy, right? He had a day in court today, and I know that was like kind of, it wasn't in the thumbnail because I didn't feel like making another thumbnail, but it was in the video description if you bothered to read that much or look at the hashtags. But he had a win in court today of some sort, okay? So there was this planned, before Diddy was even arrested, this sweep through the detention center that he is housed in. And during this sweep, they got things from Diddy's cell. Then these things were handed over to the prosecution, and they happened to be like notes that Diddy wrote about his defense, strategies, stuff like that. And the judge today ruled that, sorry, that all gets destroyed. You cannot use that. Okay, because it's violating attorney-client privilege. So, no, it's not happening. And he got that win. He also got a win that he doesn't have to appear in court in shackles. So that was another thing that the judge ruled in his favor. Now, we know Diddy wants bail, and he wants to get out. Now, I hope that that's not going to be the next thing we're going to see, but we are going to talk about that. But there's something else about Diddy I want to talk about. And we're going to do this right now. Let's put Diddy up there, since he didn't make the thumbnail. Okay, so there's video footage from a birthday bash that Sean P. Diddy Combs threw for a pal, Meek Mill, in April of 2014. It surfaced, okay, and apparently this party was held at a Parisian palace in Las Vegas. Sean Puffy P. Daddy Combs rented it for $25,000 for the Dreams and Nightmares MC. However, when this whole bash ended, the property manager, Jason Haight, claims that he was left with a disgusting mess to clean up. Yuck, disgusting, gross. So what did he have to clean up? There were broken bottles of alcohol used condoms, blood on the bedding, powder, razor blades by the hundreds, lubricant on the dressers and the marble floors. You know, remember in the indictment and everything, and the stuff that surfaced, it says that when he rented these hotel rooms, he also had his own cleaning service that went in there and cleaned up the evidence before the hotel housekeeping came in. I wonder if that's based on this experience in 2014. Could be. Just my opinion. Anyway, the owner also claimed he found panties, bras, and even 2 iPhones in the bushes behind the bowling alley. Let's see here. At one point, Meek, 37, and Sean Combs gave a speech to the crowd from an elevated platform. The rappers laughed around with one another, and one guest yelled to see if they had liquor up there. Haight told the press that he was contacted by the Act Bad rapper's personal assistant about renting the mansion for this birthday party he was throwing for Meek. Sean's assistant relayed specific requirements that were needed from the property manager for their stay. They requested that all interior bedroom doors, locks, were to be ordered new and left unopened for their arrival for security purposes, as they would need to supervise the installation. To supervise the installation? What the heck? That's bizarre. And both keys were to be given to Mr. Combs directly and no one else. Haight also claimed that they asked for double-sided locks on bedroom doors to be left unlocked for the guest's arrival, with 2 sets of keys to be given to Diddy. So they changed their locks on their bedroom doors, right? And then had them installed while they were there because they needed it. It's crazy. Okay. $25,000, I guess they did it. Haight claimed that most of the guests participated in the drug-fueled festivities, and he described Sean Combs as being wasted. I wonder how much he was paid for that, this information. He said he agreed to stay on site during the party in case any problems arose during their stay. He said, and I quote, "I told them I have a detached guest house in the rear of the property and that unless they summon me, I will stay there. I explained to them that the mansion is a period home, which meant all bedroom doors were solid wood with solid brass mortise-type locks with crystal door handles and skeleton keys." Oh my gosh, so he destroyed that for them? Oh my goodness. He also claimed that Sean Combs and his team wanted to bring their own smoke detectors. They stated this policy mandated the use of smoke detectors in all areas of the house and guest houses, which I replied we have, and they said they would prefer brand new ones and would have them shipped to me. Oh, I bet you there's cameras in there. What do you think? They would install them upon arrival. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? They said the detectors would be temporarily attached and removed after the event. And he agreed to that. Isn't that interesting? And then Haight said the party ended around 3 a.m. and claimed that there was rampant cocaine use all over the $7.5 billion property. So Haight says, "I thought there was powdered sugar everywhere." And he says he thinks he collected about a half an ounce of that powdered sugar, cocaine, from the residents. Isn't that interesting? So that's something that's allegedly surfacing. Now let's talk about Sean in court today. Okay. I told you a little bit about just that sweep and stuff. Got so many cases in my head. As I was talking to Chloe Driver about something, I'm like, I'm like losing it about what I just heard. It's like so many things, but you give me a little piece of it, like hum a few bars, and I'll tell you exactly what it is. It's crazy. Okay, so let's see what happened here. Okay, so federal prosecutors accuse Sean PDiddy Combs of breaking jail rules in an attempt to manipulate witness testimony and taint the potential jury pool in his case, and that's according to a court document that was filed on Friday. Sean is in custody at Brooklyn's Metropolitan Detention Center, and he faces charges of racketeering, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. He has been denied bail in this case. His legal defense team is fighting the decision to keep Sean Combs in federal custody and has requested a new bail hearing. Prosecutors filed an opposition to the motion in the Southern District of New York, accusing Combs of engaging in obstruction even while he sits behind bars. Sean Combs has allegedly continued to try to evade law enforcement monitoring, corruptly influence witness testimony, and further attack the integrity of these proceedings. That's right from the filing. According to the prosecutors, Sean has ordered payments to fellow inmates to use their telephone accounts, and he has used three-way calling to contact people who are not on his approved contacts list. A review of recorded calls also found that Sean Combs instructed his family to contact potential victims and witnesses in this case, as well as promote narratives on social media to influence potential jury pool in his upcoming May trial. Another quote from the filing says, "At the defendant's carefully curated direction, the defendant's children posted a video to their respective social media accounts showing the defendant's children gathered to celebrate the defendant's birthday." Now, Combs' defense team said the government is in possession of attorney-client privileged papers. Those are the ones now that were taken in that sweep, which would violate their client's constitutional rights. They said, it's his attorney, Mark Agnifilo, said Combs is the victim of outrageous government conduct amounting to a substantive due process violation. Along with, let's see, there is video. That video has the children, his children, posting a video of themselves singing happy birthday to their father while on the phone. And then Sean apparently monitored the analytics of that post engagement and explicitly discussed with his family how to ensure that the video had his desired effect on potential jury members. Some details in the prosecution's filings were redacted, including excerpts of phone calls that were apparently made by Sean and his adult son that the prosecution say showed the clear inference that the defendant's goal is to blackmail victims and witnesses either into silence or providing testimony that will be helpful to him in his defense. Prosecutors wrote that there is no condition that could be set to assure that Sean Combs is not a flight risk or a threat to the safety of others. The defendant's emphasis on 24/7 private security is also problematic. The defendant has demonstrated an uncanny ability to get others to do his bidding, employees, family members, and MDC inmates alike. Okay. So now let's talk about the ruling on the stuff that was swept. Okay. So, Sean appeared in court in Manhattan November 19th for a hearing related to the federal sex trafficking case. The U.S. District Judge Aaron Subramanian is reviewing the notes in question to determine if anything written down is privileged. These are handwritten notes, again, that were seized from Combs' cell. In a win for the defense, the judge will not take the notes into consideration when deciding whether to let Sean Combs out on bail. In their opposition motion, prosecutors claim that those notes showed he's tampering with witnesses. Now, there's a bail hearing set for Friday. I have a bad feeling. I have a bad feeling. I have a bad feeling they're going to let him out on bail. I just have a bad feeling. I have a bad feeling. Money talks, and I don't know. I have a bad feeling about it. And maybe you do too. Combs' defense team argued that the prosecutors obtained attorney-client privileged material from his cell during that sweep of the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. Investigators believe they uncovered proof that Sean has been intimidating witness or trying to intimidate witnesses from behind bars. Prosecutors maintained in their filing that they took proper steps to ensure they did not read privileged information. Now, he sat in court today, as I mentioned, without shackles. His lawyers requested that so that potential jurors won't be biased ahead of the May 2025 trial. The search and the seizure are in violation of Mr. Combs' 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendment rights, his defense team wrote in the motion filed on November 18th. The targeted seizure of pre-trial detainees' work, product, and privileged materials created in preparation for trial is outrageous. Government conduct amounting to a substantive due process violation. Prosecutors claimed that the government learned that Sean Combs had persisted in engaging obstructive conduct since entering custody. A Bureau of Prisons investigator has allegedly been monitoring Mr. Combs' communications, which is general practice. The government claims that Sean Combs was trying to avoid detection by using three-way phone calls, using other inmates' phone access codes to make calls, and using a third-party text messaging provider through a monitored email system. Sean used these unauthorized methods of communication to continue to engage in obstruction, including by instructing third parties to reach out to witnesses and attempting to influence the jury pool in this criminal case. The government wrote that in their motion that was ahead of today's hearing. No physical materials were seized from the defendant, prosecutors wrote. So what happened was that sweep occurred on October 28th, and the Bureau of Prisons investigator found the following on Sean's bunk. They found a manila folder marked legal, a notebook with a label that's been redacted, in the legal filing, an address book, and personal facts. The investigator took photos of the notebook and address book. No physical materials were seized from the defendant. The photographs were sent to a filter team, which determined what, if anything, was privileged before letting prosecutors review them. The notebook was described largely as notes to self. The judge ruled the filter team can keep the notes for now. The government believes that information in some of those photographs further proves that Combs should not be let out of jail while he awaits trial. In its motion, they accused Combs of paying a potential witness and redacted something there on other potential victims and witnesses, which have been provided to the government after review by the government's filter team. Okay, so he's been denied bail, I think it's 3 times already. And then, so the prosecution is saying the defendant's goal is to blackmail victims and witnesses either into silence or provide testimony helpful to his defense, an allegation that is more often seen in mob trials or Mexican mafia-style cases. And that is actually written by the prosecution in that motion that was filed on Friday. Now, Tuesday's hearing, Submarinian and federal prosecutors agreed that the handwritten notes will not be considered for the bond hearing on November 22nd. An anonymous male celebrity who lives in LA has filed a lawsuit against Tony Busby. Now, remember Tony Busby as that lawyer. Remember that lawyer that I said it seemed a little shady, some of the stuff too, but he was representing like all those victims? Well, now an anonymous male celebrity who lives in LA has filed the lawsuit against Tony Busby. And Tony Busby has filed dozens of civil lawsuits against Sean Combs. The celebrity accused Busby of shamelessly attempting to extort exuberant sums from him or else publicly file wildly false, horrific allegations against him. Okay, let's let that sitting in. The celebrity accused Tony Busby, that attorney, shamelessly attempting to extort exorbitant sums from him, or else publicly file wildly false, horrific allegations against him. Interesting. Well, I hope he's not already played. All this out, but I have a bad feeling. I have a really bad feeling that we're going to see a plot twist in this, and John Diddy Combs is going to get out. I have a bad feeling. Okay, so that's all there is to say about that right now. Let me see if anybody else in the chat has a bad feeling about Sean Diddy getting bail. Does anybody in here have a bad feeling about Sean Diddy Combs getting bail? Anybody? Because I do. Okay, anybody, let me do a poll here. Start a poll. Do you think... Hi, Laura. Okay, I'm just going to do that one. Really start the poll. Hi, Oliver. Hi, Oliver. Hi, Debbie 2 Scooter. Hi, Verna Cunningham. How are you? Verna, welcome. Is this your first time with us? Welcome, welcome. I'm afraid that they're going to let him out on bail too. As you say, money talks. Yeah, Verna, you're picking up what I'm putting down, right? That's what I thought. Oliver, Linda, Maureen Gunn, how are you? Hi, Carolyn. Diddy's a wickedly strange dude. Hi, Snow Remover. And someone's saying Laura Lou. Hi, Laura Lou. I think a lot of rich people use the legal system to their advantage. Okay. Think about OJ. Okay, so we'll see. I'll leave that one. I'll let that play out while we talk about what happened with Chloe Driver today, because it was an interesting day, and there are questions that we had that were answered, and we heard that body cam of when the officers and stuff were in the house, and we heard Chloe very quietly, calmly say, let him stay with the daughter. And then they said they referred to the daughter as a boy, and she said, oh, it's her. So we heard that. We heard phone calls with her mother where she wanted this money that they had applied for these. They had formed trusts amongst themselves, the sister wives and Benjamin. And let me get Diddy off here because we're off of Diddy. We're off Diddy. We were off of you. Get off here. We're on Chloe now. So they had formed these trusts, and they all applied for these PPE loans during COVID, right? And ironically, Chloe was the only one that got approved. So they had, I think it was like $125,000 in their account, and like the prosecutor saying, here's these people that don't have jobs, and they have this large sum of money in their account. And apparently Chloe gave $60,000 of it to her mother, and she took $1,000. That's that $1,000 she had in her purse when she was going to get ready to go with her daughter somewhere. But that's why she had that $1,000. Instead, she went home with Benjamin and ended up that she tried to kill both herself and her daughter. So there were rebuttal witnesses that filled in some of the blanks there. About, you know, where everybody else was when she did this, why did she do this, and so let's talk about this, because I think both sides had some good points, and whereas I was feeling like really like 100% sorry for Chloe, and today I saw like a different side of her with some phone calls with her mother and just some things that the prosecution pointed out. And the prosecution said, you know, it's not, you know, everybody keeps saying, well, she was a battered woman, blah, blah, blah. Why isn't there any charges filed? And apparently the charges occurred not in their jurisdiction, and so they can't do anything about that. But the death of the murder of little Hannah is what they are prosecuting, and whether she was battered or not, they said, you know, she doesn't give her the right to take the child's life. Now she was taking both of their lives. See, that's the thing that really complicates it for me, because she really was like gave herself some serious wounds, and yeah, I don't know. So let me try to get some stuff here. Okay. All right, so closing arguments, ouch. They were after the rebuttal witnesses, but Hold on, there's something here that I want to take a look at. Trying to see if I could pull up something that I wanted to pull up, but it looks like somebody posted something. And it looks like it's what's his name's post. Hang on, let me just see if that's true. Oh no. Hang on a minute. That's not coming up as, hold on a minute. E-N-E. Alright, let me see. Oh, I have that. Okay, maybe that's the reason. Oh yeah, okay. Apparently, let's pull over this Instagram. I've got another name now. Brian Ben Rosenrausch, musician, trust law consultant, consciousness, science sage. Oh, and guess what? Remember the 12 tribes? Well, they apparently had a meeting with the 12 tribes. So I'm interested in why they were meeting with the 12 tribes. Now, see, we watched that documentary. He wouldn't, unless they were taking him as a leader there. They already have everything in place the way they want it. You go in there and you follow their rules. I mean, unless they were putting him in charge of another sector. I don't know. I don't know. I'd like to find out more about what was that about. But there's, what is this, a new baby now? One day ago, okay, it says, the merger of opposites. Etowah Hudson River, oh my gosh, his name is Hudson River. The Hudson River. Rosenrausch. Okay. Yosef ben Mordecai ben Yosef Inri, oh my gosh. A verdict is in, he is here. Emily Ann Rothschild is alive. I am house, what the heck? All things align. Now is now. Am is am. Din and tally. Oh, this is the thing, okay? Scales are being evaluated for final countdown sequence, Dole. What did you do? Why did you do it? Who are you? Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. Is not the mantra of the next round. You knew, you chose, you decided to do. Convenient, overcorrect. The record will show, indicate, and bear that fact eternally. It is noted and inscribed your betrayal, your resignation, your quitting, your giving up, your tapping out. Intransigent, slaves, scum servants of laziness, lethargy, comfort, easy peasy, apathy, self-serving outcomes, subsim, moral ineptitude, deceit, greed, conniving, at all, etc. You are screwed. You have been violent, numb, insensitive, and vile, choosing to indulge and foment deviousness. obliviousness to assuage your evil. And then he's got other stuff here. And then someone says here, this is some next level delusion. Oh dear. And then there's hidden comments. Both you and Chloe need to be in the mental hospital. So he's had another baby. Girl run. That doesn't look like a girl. Sorry, that looks like his mother or something. Do they see who that does not look like a girl? That's his mom or someone. This is wacko stuff. Now, is that baby? Or does he have... Someone said, this baby is low birth weight. Should have gotten prenatal care. I suppose you didn't do this with this one because you didn't with Hannah. Do right, dude. Someone says the baby is malnourished. But I don't know if this is... 3 weeks ago, if that is the same baby. I don't know if that's, looks like he's in Myrtle Beach now because it's his 82nd. But this definitely looks like they were on the beach right there. And it says Clinton Beach in Clinton, Connecticut. And I think that's where she is from. Empire Vibe Night. This is an Empire Vibe Night for this guy. Cowboy hat with heart-shaped sunglasses, some kind of strange beads on him. What are all these shirts hanging? This is Empire Vibe Night? This is scary. What do you call a happy cowboy? A jolly rancher. Oh boy. This woman looks older. This looks like that other woman. Hi Melissa, we will speak soon. This is a wonderful place which needs some scrubbing of evil individuals. Bless the art of the karaoke hustle. And gratitude abounds as our wrongly incarcerated fellow has been released and quite nearly exonerated. Savannah will soon know its most celebrated influencers, producers of the restored paradigm in life, health, and eternal abundance as seen through the lens of this material plane as it transforms, unravels, unveils itself, avails itself, and reveals. And oh my gosh, this guy just sounds like Word Salad Express. What the heck? That was 46 weeks ago. So Hannah was already murdered at that point, and Whole Foods Market. Blossoming, manifold wonder. Who is the one with the silly hat? She looks scared, someone said. So he's leaving a lot of stuff, a lot of comments that are going on there. I don't know. Anyway, I wanted to see if he really wrote that, and he really did. So if that is talking about Chloe, okay. Now, let's put, okay, we got Chloe up there. So, let's see. Hold on, there's something over here I want to see. Rebuttal, okay. So this was, there's something here about the judge. Okay. That's really. You know, there was a strange thing when she appeared in court today. She appeared in court with that lower cut, very lower cut shirt for her. And then as the day progressed, she had a blazer on. And then as the day progressed, she took her hair, which was like out and kind of wildish, and put it tight and above her head. And I think it's because there was also somebody that was squeezing a water bottle into the mic and kept clearing their throat into the mic, as some like pretty during the closing argument, some pretty damning things were coming out about her. And we couldn't see who it was, but I could just imagine that it's her. And with that, like, she just kept retreating like that. So I think somebody told her, like, that shirt is not working for you. You're looking, you know, you want to look like a little sister wife that doesn't know any better. And as the day progressed, by the time that they were going to give them the instructions, she had morphed into that different person there. Okay. Let me see here. Trying to find something, but yeah, her shirt was really, showing a lot of cleavage, because which came to court in before it was quite different. So let me see here. Just try. You know what I'll do? I know what I'll do. Hang on a minute, I have a better idea. Should have thought of this before. There we go. Okay. All right. So I'm just going to go over the transcripts of what happened today with the witnesses, all right?
Your child needs these 3 key factors.
Oh my gosh, these ads. Okay. So they had the independent witness number 1, this is the rebuttal witnesses, Dr. Jacqueline Zam, psychologist. And so they went over her I'm not going to go over like qualifications for like 10, 15 minutes. So we're going to skip all that because it's ridiculous and it's unbelievable long. So when they talk about the alleged event, they're talking about when she tried to murder herself and the baby. So they asked her how did she look at this? You know, how did you review this case? And she said she was given about 1,200 pages of documentation pertaining to medical treatment and interviews of the parties who were present at the time of the alleged event, including interviews with Benjamin, and the 2 ladies were present in the home, Jessica and Sarah. And so then she goes on to say some of the interviews as well as the actual handful of calls that were placed from the jail. And let's see, to be a neutral evaluator. So she wanted to be a neutral evaluator. She did not want to see the other psychologists or anyone else's completed reports. She wanted to come to her own conclusions. And so the onset of the case, she was told that Miss Driver had been evaluated twice and that both evaluators agreed that she was suffering from severe mental illness, had a significant mental health history, but that they had differing opinions in some areas. But beyond that, she had not reviewed their reports and specifically requested that she not receive them so she could conduct her independent analysis. So she saw a video, she was given a video that was taken by Miss Driver, or by someone with Miss Driver, and it occurred during what appeared to be a point where her daughter had been taken. She's talking about the video that the mother, Chloe's mother, had recorded of her, where she said, "Hi, I'm, Chloe Driver, my daughter's been taken," and, the whole thing, right? We've seen that video. I mean, you should have seen that video if you watched the trial, but we talked about it. So that her daughter was taken and attempting to go to a place to meet the father in order to be with her daughter again. So she did get that, and let's see here. So they asked when she actually went to see her in the adult detention center, and is it fair to say that you notated in your report that you found Miss Driver to be of above average intelligence? Yes. Why did you reach that conclusion, they asked her, and she said, well, she reported to her to have done well in school and excelled academically before she dropped out, but also her communication is very sophisticated, her language, her use of words, her vocabulary and her use of vocabulary in conversation. I believe she is above average as well. She's very articulate and detailed in describing things in a manner that would be consistent with at least average, more than likely above average intelligence. And they said, you also indicated in your report that she was very much aware of the legal details surrounding her case. What did you mean by that? And she says, oh, she was very much aware, and I would be conducting a third evaluation. She was very much aware that she had been evaluated previously on 2 different occasions. She was very much aware of that. My report would not be confidential, that it would be provided to the court, to the attorneys. She was very much aware of how to reach her attorney should she need to do so. She was aware of, in a manner that was quite unique for someone in her situation, and that she spontaneously articulated that 3 years had passed since the offense occurred, the alleged offense, and she recalled in much greater detail in terms of her own symptoms and what was going on in her mind at the time in far greater detail. In the previous evaluations that occurred, that were happening, closer to the event in time, I guess the appropriate word would be the validity of this evaluation, given that so much time had passed. And did you notate in your report that your lack of concerns with regard to her memory and her ability to recount certain things? And she said, I perceived her to be very articulate, and she seemed to have a very vivid memory of the circumstances leading up to the alleged offense. And then they wanted her to talk about her report as it relates to getting some background information about her use of substances and her mental state. So did she describe her childhood? This is where we got some glimpses of some stuff too. Did she describe her childhood to you, they asked, and she said she described basically that she had grown up. She didn't use the word loving. It seemed as though her home may not have been a lot of overtly expressed affection, but she seemed to perceive that she was well cared for, and did not describe abuse by her parents, and perceived that her needs and most of her wants were provided for. She described herself as being boy crazy, moving in with boyfriends when she was 15 years old, and then with a second boyfriend in 2017. And this was all, yes, she agreed to that. Then they asked her, did she describe herself as a difficult child to parent, and did she report a lot of history of drug use, cocaine, ecstasy, MDMA? Did she report an extensive drug use, they asked her, and at a very young age? And how did she get those? And she said, the witness said yes, and she got some of those drugs from boyfriends, but she also got some of those drugs from her brothers. And primarily her boyfriends, her brothers on a couple of occasions was my perception. And then they talked about SA, and this, has been shown that was the cult's influence to make her think these things in order to tear her away from them. And so what happened was, all this psychologist said that she said things that they did, but what they were doing, what did it say? They didn't know what they were doing when they hurt her. That's all they said about that. In regard to her relationship with the 2 boyfriends she lived with prior to Benjamin, isn't it true that she told you she was becoming increasingly spiritual while she was dating them and feeling guilty about the life decisions she was making? She did. The psychologist said, okay, I want to talk to you about about the sort of relationship dynamics of the cult involving Jessica and Sarah and their feelings towards one another. So she went back to her writings to be 100% accurate, but she believed that the language that Chloe used was that they came on soon after her, and initially she was okay with it. It seemed that contention primarily surfaced after the birth of Hannah, when she wanted to live as a family. Okay, so that was, she wanted to, she was okay till she had Hannah. Then there was contention because she wanted to live as a family with Benjamin. And with regard to language, that is it fair to say in your report that she told you that by the time the baby was 7 or 8 months old, she hated the other wives because they wanted to have a child with Z, that's Benjamin, and they hated her because she had a child with him first. Psychologist said correct, and then they asked her, isn't it true that she expressed to you multiple times, and you documented it in your report, her desire to have stability and her desire to be able to give Hannah a normal life? The psychologist said correct. And isn't it true one of the things that you documented in your report is that he had kept promising her that he would give her a house and a community to raise their baby in? And did that seem to be of significant importance to her, the dynamics of the relationship? It did. And isn't it true in your evaluation of her that she had an extensive amount of knowledge surrounding the organization and how they got their money and how they got their cars and how they planned to get houses? And the psychologist here says she did, and it was very complex. And the psychologist goes on to say that it was so complex, and she had her explain it to her, but she still wasn't clear on it. So that was like another instance she was saying of how Chloe had this intelligence, and this psychologist couldn't even understand exactly what they were doing. And Chloe was trying to make her understand this, but it just wasn't sinking through. It was very confusing to me, she said, and she tried to explain it to me that they had applied for COVID loans under each of their trusts, and she was the only one that got approved. And then she wanted to look back on her language in a report, and she said of loans that seemed to be very large sums of money that they had all applied for, and she was the only one who was approved. And she indicated that they had RVs and vehicles, and they had no license for them and no insurance, but they would always get out of it when they got pulled over because they had the trust documentation. Is that correct? Yes. So she was saying, she was cunning. She knew this, and she knew that they would get away with this stuff, and they had all these things to work around the government, right? And she understood all this. She had the mind and the aptitude to understand this all. And she also told you about their plan of going from North Carolina down to Florida, and they planned to steal 2 houses with that trust that they located on Zillow. Is that correct? Yes. And she also indicated to you that they had previously gotten free vehicles using the trust, correct? And did she seem to have an extensive knowledge of the sort of inner workings that she would want to talk to you, that she talked to you about? Yes. And then they said, next we want to talk about some things that were not supported in the collateral documentation. She told you that when she was admitted into the hospital that she weighed 80 pounds. And so they have this discussion about this. And what this is about is apparently Chloe told this psychologist that when she got admitted to the hospital after she tried to kill herself and she killed Hannah, that she was 80 pounds. But she really wasn't 80 pounds because the medical report said she was 113 pounds. And what they're trying to make a point of is, look, is she just a very manipulative person? This is not me talking now, right? But I'm telling you what I observed in court. This was the key of there. That said 80 pounds when she knew she wasn't 80 pounds. It wasn't that she was a couple of pounds off, right? It was 33 pounds difference. So did she say 80 pounds to make the situation worse than it was? To make it seem she was more abused, wasn't allowed to eat, all that stuff? Or did she really blank out on the weight, right? So they talked about that. And if you noted in your report and your medical records, so they went over this for a while about why she would have said that. And finally the psychologist said, well, she could have been exaggerating how thin and frail she was, or she could have misperceived, or either she was representing a different point in time. That's what she ended up saying. And then they wanted to talk to her about the review of the searches, her Google searches. You had them, there were documented several of them in your 38-page report. So they said, would you agree with me that on November the 22nd and November 23rd that she started searching things about whether she was sinning being with a married man, or whether she was sinning having a baby with a married man? And the psychologist said yes, that was consistent with her statements, that she was beginning to question the ideological views of the cult. Yes, she agreed with all this, and that was not related to any delusions that she was having. She just indicated that they were related to her questioning their value system of the cult. And the psychologist said yes, that was her perception, that she was questioning the beliefs that they were being taught within the group. And they said, okay, that was November the 22nd, November the 23rd. And then they said, they told her to look on page 12 and reference that on the 25th of November, 2 and 3 days after she was searching about whether she was sinning being in this group, she searched killing someone to save them. And the psychologist is correct. And you're aware that 5 days after that, she was researching how to snap a neck and looking at websites about how hard it was to kill someone by breaking their neck. Correct, the psychologist said. And then you also are aware that on the day that she killed Hannah, December the 8th, she was Googling how to get a bus ticket for a 13-month-old, correct? And yes, and you indicated that you had seen the video from November 27th where she said, my name is Chloe Driver, he has my baby, I'm being forced to get in against my will. That video, yes, correct. And is it correct? And she represented to you that she went back to him and her plan was to get her baby and run. Are you aware that after she went back to him, she did get her baby, and that she returned to her mother's house for a couple of days? And she said yes. And then she wanted to go look at some property in Knoxville. So she left with him again to go look at property in Knoxville. And the last time she returned to him, she actually had the baby with her at her mom's house, and she went to go look at property, and she said yes. And okay, and in your review of all the medical records, you said you had 1,200 pages of medical records and collateral information. Is it fair to say that Chloe Driver, of her own volition, at multiple times refused any type of medication to treat any type of psychiatric condition that was reported in the medical records and the hospital? And she specifically reported that it was against her belief system to take any of those medications. And that's what the hospital records indicate, the psychologist said. And then they wanted to talk to her about specifically the delusions that she reported that relate to Hannah. okay, about her motivation for committing the act, that her delusion was that when she would breastfeed Hannah, she would sort of give Hannah all of the pain and all of her sin. Is that correct? Yes. Hold on, I've got to get a drink. Okay. So she thought that, like, this is what she was telling her, that when she was breastfeeding the baby, that Hannah was getting all of that, all of her sin, all of her, all of that stuff into her. So kind of like she was poisoning Hannah, if you will, right? All the pain of her sin. Significant things telling her that she needed to kill, it seemed to be part of the rationale in her mind that she needed to kill her daughter. And the narrative was very complex because the idea is not rational. It's very hard to restate it in terms that equate to rational thoughts, but it seems consistent with the narrative that she portrayed. The psychologist said yes. Okay. And let's see here. So you said that it's kind of hard to follow because there was more of a narrative than a concise individual with an overreaching theme. The narrative she gave you was that she wanted to kill Hannah to save her, correct? Yes. To save her from a life of pain and catatonic depression and abuse. And is it fair to say that some of that was based on the sort of the reality that she was living in the cult, the dynamic of it? It did seem that the reality in which she was living was all wrapped up in the thought processes as well. Some of the thoughts were irrational, and some of the thoughts of her feelings of oppression and isolation were indeed what she was experiencing. Okay, isolation and oppression were maybe more reality-based, and then she maybe had some irrational thinking sort of overlapping with her odd ideologies. That's what she said. And while it didn't seem that the exact narrative was part of the teaching of the group, there was a narrative of this small number of women and this small chosen group were responsible for the sins of the world. So there was that component as well. Some of the narrative that she had taken on had been a part of the teachings. But as it relates to whether the beliefs that she articulated to you are religious teachings and that she genuinely held these beliefs, or whether they are in the irrational mind. So there's like all this overlapping of either what they're being told or what she's thinking, what she's feeling, and rational, irrational stuff all overlapping each other. The ideologies, and then you have the 12 tribe stuff comes into play here in a minute. So it's a lot to follow, even for this, psychologist. Is a lot. And she's on her own independent thinking, whether they're in either category, but she did articulate to her motivation relative to essentially feeling like she needed to save Hannah. Yes, the psychologist said. Did she ever articulate to you in any way that she felt threatened by Hannah? No. Did she ever articulate in any way that she felt like she needed to defend anybody against Hannah? No. Did she ever indicate that Hannah was a danger to anyone around her? No. Then they wanted to talk to her specifically about what Chloe told her, and said, obviously you will agree with me when I say we're talking about the question of how somebody's mental state is at the time that they commit a crime. We have to look at that crime itself, and that's important for you to get as many details as possible surrounding the actual incident. It's important to get as many details and to compare an individual's narrative to what is indicated by the evidence and the people around, and on some level how lucid they were and their decision making was at the time. And she said, the psychologist said she did not want to see any visual things. Like she didn't want to see anything about, the baby, any of the very graphic things. She didn't want to see that in her review of this. And she said she did not, did you request to review any of the officer's body cam footage? She said, I did not request it. I did not review it. In fact, I did not receive it likely because I specifically asked not to see visual images. So they said if she was making statements on the scene minutes after she stabbed Hannah, would those things be relative to how lucid she was and what her mental state was at the time? And the psychologist said they would be, and I believe some of those statements were articulated in the narratives, which I did review. Okay, are you aware she said things on the officer's body cam like, is that it? Is that goodbye? With a relation to her daughter dying? I don't recall that specific statement. His psychologist said, I do recall, I want to see her one last time, and I think that is documented in my report. Do you know anything about her making statements of, let him be with her, let him be with her? She said, I do recall that. And that's when the officers were trying to make Benjamin leave the room. She said, I do recall that. And then they said, do you recall any information about the EMT calling Hannah a boy and Chloe Driver correcting her and saying, it's a girl? She said, I do not recall that. I don't dispute that, but I don't recall that. And information about someone coming over the officer's radio saying the baby's being transported, and that Chloe responds by saying, is she alive? And the psychologist said, I don't specifically recall that, but I recall that question after she was receiving treatment shortly in the hospital when she had first started, it seemed, to regain consciousness. Okay. But I don't recall that from the scene as they were leaving. Did she report to you about the time she entered that room with Hannah? How much information in detail did she tell you? And then they gave her the part of her report about the events that took place that day in the room. And she said she was very detailed in her description of what took place in the room. And her detail was provided spontaneously. And this is when the psychologist said, I didn't have to ask her leading questions. I didn't have to guide her. I didn't have to give her guided questions, not leading, guided questions. And she thought that Hannah was very detailed and very forthcoming with it. She was spontaneous with it, with the narrative. And that she was having these thoughts of hurting herself and Hannah, and therefore she didn't want to be in a room by herself. And she had attempted to go into a room with the other women and Benjamin. But Benjamin motioned for her to go into the room alone. And she recalled Hannah not having on a diaper and only having on the rubber cover for the diaper. And she was asking for a diaper and a shirt to get the baby presentable. And she recalled breastfeeding her at some point. She'd gone back downstairs to get the knife, come into the room, lock the door, and she recalled, remember, that they threw her a dirty shirt when she asked for a diaper. And apparently that dirty shirt being thrown at her made her think she was not worthy. It exacerbated feelings she had, according to her, what was been said in the trial before. So when she got a dirty shirt, when she had asked for a clean shirt, in order to make the child presentable, because they were going to go to a 12 tribes meeting at some point in the immediate future. And she recalled getting the dirty shirt and feeling like that was another indication that she was supposed to do this, that she was supposed to take her life and Hannah's life. And she recalled feeding her calmly, laying her down, and then taking the knife and attempting to kill both Hannah and herself. And she told you that sort of Benjamin throwing her the dirty shirt was kind of triggered her, and she wanted to kill herself and Hannah. And it was one of the things that triggered her, and she described in the series of events in the minutes preceding. But yes, I believe that was the last thing she described as being the triggering event, the psychologist said. And then they reference page 36 from her report. It says that from that moment on, I snapped, talking about the dirty shirt. Would those be her words? Yes. And you indicated that she said she fed Hannah. And isn't it true that she said she fed her and then she laid her down on the bed and she was happy? Yes. And what did she say happened next? Do you want me to read it word for word, or do you want me to recall? She said, from the best of my memory, well, I guess I'll kind of walk you through it. She indicated that she went down, grabbed a knife from the kitchen, and she told you that she grabbed a random knife out of the knife block. And that she didn't even look at it, correct? And she went upstairs and she locked the door. Correct, the psychologist said. Okay. Did you engage in any conversation with her about why she locked the door? I did not. And she indicated that she played a lot of video games. Yes. And that when you stab someone, they die immediately. And she says, I have a knife and I'm up here and I don't know where to stab either of us, and I think the throat might kill us immediately. Is that what she told you? Is that correct? Okay, she says, and then she said she breastfed her and she laid her down on the bed and she was happy. Are you aware that she told another evaluator that when she laid her down on the bed before she stabbed her, she apologized to her? And the psychologist said, no, I was not aware of that. Did she tell you that? No, I don't recall her telling me that, the psychologist said. I believe if she had told me that, it would be in my report, in this paragraph. And she then told you that I stabbed her in the throat, but she was not dead. She's just quiet and bleeding out, right, correct? And I stabbed myself in the throat 3 times. And then you put in your report she made a twisting motion to demonstrate. What do you mean by that? She said, well, she kind of demonstrated. She was articulating verbally, and she told you that at the point after she had stabbed Hannah in the neck and stabbed herself in the neck, she's standing there wondering, why am I not dying? Correct? And at that point, she indicated she heard Z coming upstairs, correct? And that he opened the door, and before he walked in, she was confused about why they weren't dying immediately, so she tried to stab herself one more time in the heart, correct? Right, and she indicated that in that moment, she thought they were coming into the room to save them, correct? Okay, and it's safe to say that her memory about those events was very intact, and the psychologist said yes. And the thought process was like, why is this significant and important that somebody has a detailed memory of a particular event? And she said, well, during psychotic episodes like this, people can oftentimes be confused and they're not able to, articulate this. It's important to assess their level of confusion on how much they can recall, and it's very important. It's one of the things we're always looking at in cases, and it's one of the things if a person is a reliable informant, or if they're fabricating information and fabricating symptoms in order to achieve a desired outcome. So it's important to compare their narrative to the collateral sources. So the primary reason to understand the description of events is to determine if it aligns or it doesn't align with the sources with the sources of information, in an effort to determine if the person is forthcoming and if they seem to be presenting information that's truthful. Okay, so then she said, doctor, if she told you that Dr. Ballard, when specifically asked if she knew whether her behavior was wrong, as soon as it happened, I regretted it. I thought I shouldn't have done this. Was not supposed to happen. Would that be consistent about how she presented to you? She didn't state anything to me that indicated otherwise. It's not inconsistent with what she described to me. And if she told Dr. Garrett that she recalled apologizing to Hannah and feeling how much she loved her before she stabbed her, but she was at peace with it, and she knew it was wrong from the beginning, would that be inconsistent with what you reported, with what she reported to me? She said, no, I'm sorry. Would that be inconsistent with what she reported to you? And she said, it's not inconsistent. It is not inconsistent with what she reported to me. That's what she said. Okay, and then they asked the doctor that they took a note in her report that you did not diagnose her with anything. Is that correct? Why not? And she said, experts in the field of psychology, the individuals who are the experts on these types of evaluations, differ in their own opinions as to whether or not we should render a diagnosis in this type of evaluation. And one school of thought says that the diagnosis helps the jury. And the attorneys, that helps the jury and the attorneys, and helps psychologists in general to understand a person's mental state of mind at the time. Though it doesn't necessarily describe their mental state at the time, it helps us understand a set of symptoms that help explain behavior. And the other school of thought, she said, was that the diagnosis can be confusing because the diagnosis doesn't necessarily align all the time with the mental state at the time of the offense, and people can make certain assumptions based on a diagnosis. A diagnosis alone may make inadequate judgments. So, in other words, it can be a list to do so because a diagnosis can complicate. And let me say a person's information that is not what we're intending to do. And the school of thought you're in is not diagnosing her. And she said, that's correct. So she didn't diagnose her as the others, they were doing the schizoaffective and the borderline personality disorder. They were not, she did not diagnose her. She said, I did not render a diagnosis. My reason was it's not critical to answer. A diagnosis would not necessarily explain her mental state at the time of the offense. The diagnosis that I considered can have a negative, people can have very negative assumptions when they see a diagnosis, and then another diagnosis, people automatically make assumptions about psychotic symptoms without having the opportunity to explain her mental state. I did not want for the diagnosis that I rendered to communicate information about what I perceived to be her mental state at the time. Okay. Okay, so then they said, okay, and is your thought process on that? Because whether or not she has a diagnosable mental illness, that's a question of medicine, and whether or not someone is criminally insane is a question of law. Correct. And somebody can have a mental illness and not be criminally insane. Correct, she said. And this is what you meant by creating confusion in part, and someone can assume that a diagnosis means that mental health symptoms would not account for behavior at the time. So both situations, what you just said, and conversely, that someone could assume that other behaviors account for the other explanations, account for behaviors at the time of the alleged offense and others other than mental illness. Okay, she said yes, okay. So then they went on to talk about, you told us already that none of her delusions related to Hannah. Correct. None of them related to Hannah being a threat or a harm or in danger or peril to anyone or herself. Correct? Correct. And that all of her delusions related to Hannah and her need to kill Hannah was to save Hannah. Is that correct? The delusions that involved Hannah seem to relate to her need to kill Hannah, to save her. And the psychologist said yes. And then that was the end. And then there was questioning from the other attorneys, and they said, just to follow up on the last set of questions, to be clear, Chloe Driver's delusions were not simply related to killing her daughter. Correct. They were killing herself and her daughter. Is that correct? Correct. Delusional thought processes but those that pertain to her alleged offense pertaining to the killing both of herself and Hannah and the action she took on December 8th were consistent with that delusion, meaning that she stabbed her daughter and also attempted to kill herself. Correct. So let's kind of walk through your background. Okay, they went through her background again. We're not going through that again. Okay, so then they say Benjamin actually left with her child and took off with her. I think I may not have been clear that in Asheville, but I do recall the incident as well. I think I may have presumed that was at the location where her mother was residing, that the call was placed. And I'm not going to hold you to that. Okay, they're talking about the phone searches. And they asked, was Miss Driver said she was suffering from delusions while she was in the hospital? Do you think that is correct? She said, I think I cited in my report that I believe the sources of information that were presented over time to be highly consistent, and that she was also reporting some hallucinations while she was in the hospital. Is that right? She said, I think that it was noted in the mental health records, but I can't recall if it was clearly articulated what those were, but I do recall being noted in the mental health records from the hospital. And they said, okay, those reports of delusions and hallucinations were consistent with other collateral sources that you had regarding Chloe's state of mind leading up to the incident on December 8th. And she said that's correct. Reports from other individuals that were interviewed were all reporting her state of mind as a destabilization of her mental state. Is that fair? And I think you reviewed an audio recording that Mr. Benjamin had provided to law enforcement on which she was talking about these delusions that she was experiencing. And based on your review of these records, that Chloe was absolutely going through stages of paranoia, experiencing delusions, dealing with hallucinations in the build-up to December 8th. Is that correct? The cell phone searches, particular, there are a couple of specific searches that were conducted, actually looking up the definition of the idea of schizophrenia. Is that right? She said, I recall the mention of schizophrenia. I would have to look up my report to know if she was looking it up to see what it meant, but I do recall the mention of schizophrenia in one of her searches. Okay, and then she said, I think it's just the word schizophrenia. She did that on 2 different days, correct? Is that correct? Yes. She looked up topics as a whole, world programming. Is that correct? Correct. And she looked up on November 11th the mental institutions in Knoxville, Tennessee. And that was correct. And you're aware her parents lived in Knoxville. I was aware. So is that something she was looking for in order to try to get help for her issues that she was dealing with? She had mentioned on multiple times that she had tried to get help and has asked for help. She was telling Mr. Benjamin and the other 2 wives and the other people that she was around, and she needed help for these issues she was going through, right? Is that correct? And you understood that this religious philosophy that Mr. Benjamin believed had to exclude the access to traditional medical treatment. Yes, she said. In fact, he didn't even want Chloe Driver in a hospital when their child was born. Is that correct? Yes. What she reported, that he did not want her institutionalized in any way, shape, or form. Okay, and that was all correct. And he didn't want medicine flowing through her body while she was breastfeeding the child. And all of this did not align with what Benjamin felt, right? And let's see. So she had concerns about what she would ingest in breastfeeding. And he not wanting her to have medication was part of the overall philosophy of how this group of people should engage with the world. And it's clear that there was a sense of rejecting that idea of his philosophy. It didn't seem certainly that she had started to reject his philosophy even back to when the baby was born. She did not want to leave the hospital so quickly after the birth of the baby. Let's see, and they said she thought they needed to seek prenatal care for their child. And she was searching for mental health institutions. She was searching for schizophrenia. And the psychologist said, yeah, she was searching for schizophrenia, but I certainly would not dispute that. Could be diagnosed with schizophrenia. Let me see her. 2 evaluators in this case, Dr. Ballard and Dr. Garrett. Do you know either of them? She said, I don't know them. She said, I did listen to their testimony, but I don't know them prior to this hearing. They said, you're aware of, on listening to their testimony and their reports, maybe you didn't see them, but I'm listening to their testimony that they both diagnosed Chloe Driver with schizoaffective disorder and bipolar, correct, and borderline personality disorder. And she said, right. And so they said, do you have any issues or take any issues with those diagnoses that they made? She said, I do not take any issues with those diagnoses. And I think if it was clear from the history that they are both mood symptoms and psychotic symptoms, which is captured by the diagnosis of schizoaffective disorder, but could be captured by other diagnoses, but those mood symptoms and psychotic symptoms are part of the clinical picture. Okay, and then she just said she's reluctant to diagnose schizoaffective disorder only because the particulars of that diagnosis, the minutiae, the details are very difficult to capture from someone's self-report alone. So I'm reluctant to assign that diagnosis if I didn't observe it within an inpatient setting. Okay. So they said you're conducting this evaluation some 3.5 years after the incident, and that would also affect your ability to make a specific diagnosis of her in terms of the symptoms she was experiencing at the time this happened. And that's why you have concerns about assigning a diagnosis for that reason. Yes, okay. And you received jail medical records. She said, I believe I received mental health records from the jail. Let's see what they said here. Okay, so mental health symptoms, psychotic symptoms can be transient. They come and go. They can worsen and lessen in severity. However, she was also in a stressful situation. So it would be highly unlikely that her condition would spontaneously improve in the absence of treatment or removal of a stressor, and it's clear from some of her cell phone searches that she was having these delusions about killing herself. She was actually searching things to kill someone. And there's no indication that she was searching to kill herself or someone else. She was just searching about how to kill someone. And that's correct. From the environment that she was on in December 8th, where she was searching for a bus ticket. Correct? For her child, correct. Okay, and then about her delusions to kill someone. If I'm suffering from a delusion, and this is the attorney saying that if he was suffering from a delusion and he needed to kill the judge, and the judge knows that I know her very well and I think she's a great judge, so that would clearly be a delusion, and this delusion is telling me that I have to kill her for whatever reason. That is it common that in that delusional state that I would search for a weapon? It's not uncommon. It would be consistent with my thinking in that delusional state that if I kill her, I have to do it with something. Is that correct? Correct. I have to find a weapon, a gun, a knife, some type of object to carry out this plan. Correct. It's not unexpected. Right. And the reason they're going with this is because, like, if someone, like the prosecution, is trying to use the fact that she was making searches so she is in her right mind and she's lucid and she knows what she's doing and she's searching for a weapon, they're saying, look, if I'm in a delusional state, completely delusional, and I think I have to kill the judge, then why couldn't I be in a delusional state when I'm searching the internet for a weapon to kill the judge? It doesn't mean I'm in a clear state of mind because I'm having, the ability to get on Google. I can still be completely delusional on Google searching for a weapon. It can all be part of this delusion. That's what the point he's trying to make there. It might look like we're a weapon in this room that I can grab. I could do it right now, but if, I'm in that delusional state because... So they went over that, okay, about... and what is also apparent in your internet searches is that she's going back and forth between questioning the ideas of what she's being taught, questioning her own ideas, trying to look for a bus ticket to escape her situation while she's looking for ways to kill someone. So that can all be part of a delusional state. Delusional is not as entirely fixed as we see in some situations, but those situations, as far as how fixed or how severe those delusions are going to change over time, right, for many people. And so they try to explain those searches and how they can fluctuate, and it's a spectrum of varying degrees. And she told you that on December 8th, they woke up and went to a 12 tribes meeting, and they talked about death. And she interpreted that discussion about death as a delusional reference to her that she needed to kill herself. And the psychologist said, I do believe I recall her talking about the meeting of the 12 tribes, perceiving that to be a message that she needed to kill herself and that she needed to do it. And she took the message in her mind that it's got to be that day, that this happens at the time that seems correct, was what she told me. And when they got to Canton that day around lunchtime, she was forced to go up into her room by herself. Is that right? Correct. And she was forced to be in that room, even though she was telling Mr. Benyamin she did not want to be alone. And the psychologist said that is what she reported. Yes, because she had already been experiencing, that is, she took that as a sign of being by herself in that room alone, again, as an additional sign that she needed to kill herself. And she ultimately told you that the final straw was her getting this dirty shirt sent up to her, right? She interpreted that dirty shirt as the last signal to her that she was not capable of living. She and her child were not capable of living. Yes, the psychologist said. I don't think those were her exact words, but yes. That entire day, beginning that morning, they woke up, right? And it was at this point where she got the shirt and she went downstairs to get the knife, right? I believe that's correct, the psychologist said. And then that was it. Let's see here. She took the dirty shirt to mean that they weren't worth anything. So her viewpoint of why she carried that act out at that moment, as she expressed, that moment she felt like her and Hannah were worthless. So the psychologist said I would have to go back to my notes and read the words to know directly, but I recall her saying when she got that shirt, and I admit that it was her language, if they weren't worth anything, I don't know if I took that to mean they were worthless. All right, you indicated that Miss Driver's delusions were not as fixed as some, and that she had significant periods of lucidity and stability, and the ability to engage with the world around her, and that yes, someone with a diagnosis of delusional disorder has very fixed delusions that do not fluctuate over time and are impossible to challenge. The nature of her mental illness was such that she was fluctuating and questioning different sets of beliefs at different times, and some of those questioning sets of beliefs may have been related to her religious, ideological views, and some of it may have been related to her mental health, and that was correct. She articulated times at which she questioned her own mental health symptoms. Okay, and when Hannah went to spend 2 days with her mother just prior to the murder, whether she sought treatment or assistance from her parents, I don't recall if she articulated the particulars of seeking the treatment. The psychologist said, I do recall that she stated that while she was there, she then started to become paranoid of her parents and of that they were going, things that were going on around her. And you indicated that you had reviewed some jail communication prior to your evaluation. Yes. And were you aware at this time of anyone communicating to Miss Driver, this is very important, very key, this is how it ended, that if she acted normal, that if you acted normal in your evaluation, she would be screwing herself? And she said yes, and they said, who was that? And she said, that was her father had said that, and there was nothing further from that witness, and she was excused. And then the rebuttal witness, which the end of the next one was the investigator, Dr. Anna Jarrett from the Cherokee County DA's office. And this was a very interesting rebuttal witness. They played the phone call with the mother during this one. Okay, so they went through, of course, we're going to skip all of her experience there. We just don't need to do that. Okay, so hold on 1 minute. Oh my gosh, gotta move my leg for a second. Talking about drugs. Let's see here. Okay, so this was a long conversation she had with her mother. Again, it was about that money. The mother in this call was kind of exasperated with Chloe that she wanted her father to meet with Benjamin. She wanted the money to be given back to Benjamin. The mother was saying, we're not going to do that. Why aren't you calling your father? She said, This money, your father can't even get it. It's invested. She was like, what do you mean it's invested? And she said, he's put it in an investment. Well, she wanted to know what it was invested in. The mother never gave that information. The mother kept saying, you have to be careful of these phone lines, but that, this money is to take care of you, and you're not going to be getting things you're accustomed to. And she was talking about the commissary, and she was talking about how much that Chloe was wasting on these phone calls. Now, Chloe was using a lot of money to call out and spent a lot of time on the phone, remember, with Benjamin. And so her mother was talking to her specifically about that, and about how Chloe had told her something like she should have been more strict with her. And, she said that, don't worry, Benjamin has moved on. And she said, what do you mean? And she's like, oh, well, he's got another young girl, I'm sure, that he's, taken advantage of. He's not a good person, and all of this stuff. Like, why are you feeling this way to him? And she was getting exasperated with this phone call, and that, like, Chloe still wasn't getting it, okay? Let's see. And that she was talking about her family being destroyed, and Chloe was like, well, he didn't do that. I did it, Okay. Let's see. Okay. So let's go to the closing arguments, okay? This is the prosecution. This is what they said. I told you when I stood up before you in opening statements that Hannah would get lost this week, that there would be a lot of shiny objects, and there would be a lot of scandalous evidence, and there would be a lot from Chloe Driver and the cult that were in, they were in Benjamin, his abusive controlling practices, and all of a sudden, just like that, we forget why you're here. And I want to say something else about this closing argument, because this prosecutor, I don't know if she listened to people were saying whatever when she had Jason on the stand, and he simply I don't know, it seemed as if he intimidated her, and she let him go on and on and on. She addresses that in here, and she's like, I'm not some pea brain, blah, 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 I had a reason to that. I had a method to the madness that I let him go on like that. She was very defensive of that. I guess she maybe had got a lot of flack even back in the legal community about what she did. I don't know even what the legal commentators said, like on Court TV and whatnot. Anyway, she said, and then that we forget while we're all here. And this is why you will have an indictment. And the indictment is not about Chloe Driver being a victim. It's about Hannah being murdered by the one person who she should have been able to count on to do anything to protect her. There were issues in this case that are relevant to her mental state, to her state of mind, but they are not the focus of this case. The focus of this case is your decision with regard to the counts of the indictment, and the counts in the indictment are malice, murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, cruelty to children in the first degree. And what I want you to do when I get to talk to you twice, I get to open and I get to conclude, because the state has the burden of proof in this case. So what I would like to do is spend the first portion of me speaking to you about the law that governs your decision. And I stood before you in opening statements, and I said, now is not the appropriate time for me to talk to you about the law. But that will come, and I have tried to give you glimpses throughout the course of this trial by asking the right questions for you to understand what issues you need to pay attention to as it relates to the law. And this is the part where hopefully it all comes together and we can talk about applying the law to the facts. So I'm going to spend my first portion with you just talking about the law, and then about the defense, and then after the defense delivers their closing argument, then I will talk to you about how we apply the law to the facts in this case. The state has the burden of proof, of proving the guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and everybody has heard the term, but very few people really understand what it means. But what it is the doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. And when the judge reads you the law, you're going to hear embedded in the law at multiple points is the word truth. And what you will see is that a jury trial and your role is about a pursuit of the truth, and the law gives you tools to find it. And what the law says about proof beyond a reasonable doubt is that it is based upon common sense and reason. You are allowed to bring your life experience and your common sense and your reason into the jury deliberation room with you to reach your conclusions, to make deductions, to discard stuff that doesn't make sense to you. You are allowed to do that, and the law expressly tells you that you can. What is evidence? The judge is going to talk to you about the different kinds of evidence. There's two kinds of evidence, and you don't really need to worry too much about the distinction between the two, because the weight you give them can be the same, but direct evidence is something that somebody saw, like an eyewitness, someone that points directly to the fact that we hear about. Circumstantial evidence it gets kind of a bad rap because it seems like it's less valuable. But really what circumstantial evidence is a set of facts or things that prove something by inference. And I'll give you an example of some circumstantial evidence. In this case that we saw, she had cash in her bag. She had a cell phone right there beside those things, and it leads to the inference that she had other options. You can infer, if you wish to do so, that she could have just called 911, that she could have called an Uber, that she could have just walked out the door and ran to the neighbor's house. And you can look at all of that connected surrounding circumstances, and you can reach conclusions and make deductions based upon that evidence. You determine the weight to give it. Whether it is direct or circumstantial, that is solely your responsibility. And now the judge is also going to tell you that your role is to assess the credibility of the witnesses, and you can consider a lot of things when you're determining the credibility of each witness. And this applies to the statements of the defendant as well as Chloe Driver, and you can discard whatever it is you want about the statements she made to experts, the statements she made in the hospital, and you can accept whatever it is you want to. You alone are the determiners of the credibility of each statement in this case, and the law gives you the tools to decide and assess things that you would normally do in your own life based upon common sense. You know, do they have a reason to lie? Do they have a motive to lie? Do they have anything to gain from the outcome of this case? Things that you use in your everyday life to assess people's credibility. You can do it in this case, and the judge is going to instruct you that that is the law and the nature of the facts about which they testify. There means an opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify, and this is true for expert witnesses as well. I think that's an important distinction for you to understand. Is just because somebody comes in here and they're called an expert doesn't mean that you have to automatically accept their testimony or their statement or their conclusions. We saw this week that there were multiple experts that had varying degrees of thoroughness with regard to what they chose to focus on, with regard to what they assigned weight and significance to. And you can accept or reject any testimony of any expert that came in here this week, the same as you can with any witness or the person, in this case, who has the most to gain is Chloe Driver, and that is clear. We heard evidence from the experts about sort of the cautionary tale that she is using the DSM-5 in a way in a forensic setting, because the people in a forensic setting necessarily are facing criminal charges and necessarily have the reason to kind of exaggerate their symptoms, because there are defenses under the law that only apply to them if certain things exist. So now that's something you can evaluate in deciding how much credibility and weight to give those statements that Chloe Driver made after she had the opportunity to consult with a lawyer and after she understood what her options were for a defense. And I'm going to go through some of her statements in my second closing that she made before she consulted with a lawyer, before she was writing. It was the closest in time to when she committed the act that you're going to have to determine is what her mental state was at the time she committed the act. So these statements are valuable both, and they are the closest in time you will ever see to her committing the act. And it was prior to her understanding of what her options were to get out of the situation she put herself in. So I ask you to assess that in determining which of her versions of statements to assign the most credibility to, the judge is going to tell you venue is the jurisdictional fact, and every crime has to be prosecuted in the county in which it occurred. Oh, because she's talking about now the domestic violence. And in this particular case, it's because the only crimes committed in Cherokee County were by Chloe Driver. And I want you to know that there has been a lot of collateral information put before you about what happened in Asheville. What happened in, other places. Benjamin has abused elsewhere, crimes committed by third parties. You, me, the judge, nobody in this courtroom has any power or authority to do anything that happened about anything that happened outside of Cherokee County. And so I ask you to focus on what your role is as a juror in this case. And the only crime that happened in Cherokee County was the murder of Hannah Nicole Driver. And I ask you to focus because that is your role and your duty and the oath that you have taken to determine what the law and evidence is regarding the commission of that crime, whether someone else has committed other terrible crimes in other jurisdictions is not a question that you will be asked today. And it is not a question that you have taken an oath to resolve. So you have to focus your attention on Hannah. The law is as it relates to Hannah, and the evidence as it relates to Hannah. The charges in this indictment as laid out for malice murder, felony murder, based on the underlying crime of aggravated assault, felony murder based upon the underlying crime of cruelty to children in the first degree, and then the offenses of aggravated assault and cruelty to children in the first degree. You have the indictment back with you, so you'll be able to look at it at the charging document, count 1, count 2, count 3, count 4, count 5, but I want to walk through a little bit about what the state has to prove to establish each of those crimes and the fact, and the first is malice murder, and in order to establish and prove malice murder, the state must show you that Chloe Driver caused the death of another human being unlawfully and with malice and forethought and afterthought. And obviously, I told you in the beginning that there are a lot of words in the English language that people know and use, and then the law assigns them maybe a different meaning. So we say crazy, we say insane, we say ill, mentally ill. There are different definitions. But what they mean under the law, there's also a defense that has spent the week talking about how Chloe loved your child. Nobody has to establish that she didn't love her child. The element of the criminal offense is what her intention was in committing the act. And the intention in committing the act of stabbing the child to death doesn't have to be based on ill will or hatred. It can be in the unlawful intent to kill another person without justification. And what malice can also be is when the circumstances show the defendant did act with a deliberate intention to end someone's life, and we know she did, that she had malice, and that she had every intention for Hannah to die. The next count, the indictment, is felony murder. Felony murder is when a person causes the death of another by committing a felony. The distinction here is there doesn't have to be any intention to cause the death. There just has to be the intention to commit the act. So if you intend to commit the act and it does cause the death, that is felony murder, as long as the underlying act is a felony. And so what we've charged in the indictment is that there's one count of malice murder for maliciously and intentionally killing her. And then you have 2 counts of felony murder. And the felonies alleged in those 2 counts are aggravated assault and cruelty to children in the first degree. So she commits a felony that causes the death. That's felony murder. And I'll kind of walk you through the underlying felonies in this case. So the underlying felonies in the indictment that the felony murder count is predicated upon is cruelty to children in the first degree. Cruelty to children in the first degree is when an individual maliciously causes cruel and excessive physical or mental pain to a child under the age of 18 years. So obviously, in this case, we know Hannah suffered cruel and excessive pain. We know we saw it when she was under the age of 18. We know the act that she committed was stabbing her in the neck. So all of these elements have been met. And with regard to the malice used in this, the judge will define it for you, what it means, maliciously causing a child cruel and excessive mental or physical pain. But again, it's not ill will or hatred. Malice just means the intent to cause pain without justification or excuse it. Means a willful act, it means a willful act of doing the act with the knowledge that the particular harm may result. She committed the act and she had acknowledged that her death, that her cruel and excessive pain would likely result, and that is what the definition of malice is in the context of cruelty to children in the first degree. Aggravated assault, in this case, alleges that she committed the offense of aggravated assault, and it's aggravated assault when assault is committed against another person with an offensive weapon. And the judge will tell you that the offensive weapon can be a knife, but it's any object that is likely to cause death or serious injury to another person. We saw a knife, we know that she used it, and we know that it did result in Hannah's death. The legal elements of each of these offenses and the evidence that came before you is very clear, and I understand that the bulk of this case as it results and it relates to the law that's going to get challenging for you guys is the defense of insanity defense. And some of the things that sort of pertain that I want to talk to you about under the law, Chloe Driver is presumed, saying every person is presumed to be sound mind and discretion. We start from the proposition that she is criminally responsible for her actions and she has to suffer the consequences of the crimes just as any other citizen that is in the position. You start from, you may infer the acts of a person of sound mind and discretion are the product of that person's own will. When the judge will give you the law, she will tell you a person of sound mind and discretion intends the natural and probable consequences of their acts. And I'll talk to you a little bit more about applying the law to what we already know, but about Chloe Driver and her decisions and the actions that she committed. But it was very clear that she understood she was murdering Hannah, and she understood the permanency of that decision. She understood that she was taking away life. And the thing about the law is the law recognizes the value of human life, even if Chloe Driver didn't. And when we talk about the insanity defense, the state only has the burden of proving the things I just talked to you about, proving the elements of murder, proving the elements of felony murder, and proving the elements of cruelty to children in the first degree and aggravated assault. We have to prove those elements that are contained in the indictment. The defense has the burden of proving her criminal insanity to the extent that she is not criminally responsible. That is not our burden. So there's a difference in the law that is not typical, because usually the state is the burden of proving everything beyond a reasonable doubt. But in this case, because the law presumes she's sane, they have the burden of proving her insanity. You probably noticed in our presentation of evidence in the state's case, we really just focused on the murder hold on a minute. That we really just focused on the murder, and in the defense's case, they focused really on the insanity because that's their burden of proof. You're going to have 4 options on your verdict form, and I think that it's important for you to know that just going to say guilty, and not guilty by reason of insanity, or guilty by mentally, and I will talk to you a little bit more about what each of these mean as we kind of get into the weeds of it. Okay, so she goes on and on and on that. I'm not going to bore you to tears on that. Let me see here. Except there's some things I want to go over. Let's see. As we look at it, it's going to be very, very clear, based on her statements to the doctors, her actions, her statements on them, her statements to the detectives, her statements to her mother and Benjamin right after she committed the act. She always knew the wrongfulness of the act. She always knew the consequence of the act. That was never lost on her. She never ever demonstrated any inability to distinguish between right and wrong, and she chose the wrong, and she understood the result and consequence of that. Delusion, compulsion is a little trickier. Okay, and then she goes through that. Let's see here. Whether she was operating under the compulsion of a delusion at the moment she committed the act, at the time of the crime. There are tons of people in this world who have had delusions or are mentally ill, and they do not meet the legal definition of insanity. So we need to know, why was she suffering from the compulsion of a delusion? What was the particular delusion, and was it connected to the act that she committed? And when I talk about that, if she has a delusion about, there being 169,000 people in the world, what does it have to do with killing Hannah, that these two things are not connected? So there was a lot of religious stuff and paranoia about a lot of things. My parents are being watched by the CIA or the CIA. None of that had anything to do with her motivation and her act of killing Hannah. And that is why the questioning of all of these experts, and I focus very clearly of what the delusions that related to Hannah, what the delusions were that related to why she killed the baby, that were connected to the victim and connected to the act. Every other delusion, ignore it. It's meaningless under the law. And that's what she was saying. That's why she kept asking, was Hannah a danger to anyone or anything like that? Let's see here. The knife, and she stabbed Hannah. Okay, let's see. There's a lot here, but I think the prosecution did very well, and they shifted me from this feeling so sorry for Chloe and feeling like she had no other way out and she had nothing, and it still gets me that she tried to kill herself. And because if she had been successful with that, well, obviously we wouldn't be here, but obviously she'd probably have a lot of sympathy to that fact that it got that bad that she tried to take them both out, kind of like it was a mercy killing for both of them, and she saw no other way. But she survived. But she didn't just survive with like a superficial stab in her kneecap or something like that. So that's where I struggled a lot with this. But I did see a manipulative nature to her after this occurred on the phone with her mother. And I saw some things today that made me question what was going on. Then that thing that her father said, that if you appear normal during these evaluations, like you're screwing yourself over. Then I listened to the prosecution, and she made some really good points in this. So yeah, I started to get away from that and started to think that, wait, maybe there's something else here going on. So, there's something right here that I want to go over from, and then the judge is going to expressly tell you that you are not to show favor or sympathy to any party. The judge is going to expressly tell you that you cannot base your verdict on sympathy. And I think it's important to highlight that you have to look at the facts and the evidence and the law objectively, because there are things about Miss Driver that are pretty sympathetic. Things about the situation that she got herself into that are kind of terrible. But the law does not allow you to make decisions about the outcome of this case because you feel sorry for anyone. And the law does not allow you to base your verdict on sympathy. So what I ask of you in this regard is, when you go back to the jury room, that you know, do I feel sorry for her for any particular thing? Take your moment, feel sorry for her, and then set that aside. And instead, base your decision on the objective facts and the law, because you have taken an oath and you have a duty to follow the law. And the law especially tells you you cannot make your decision based on that, because every victim of crime deserves the law and the objective and fair assessment of the facts. That is the law that governs your decision. Obviously, there's going to be a lot more law, but I tried to highlight the things that I think point most to the issues before you. And after the defense has their opportunity to close, I'm going to come back and talk to you again. So then the defense got up and said, as I told you in the beginning of this case, this would be difficult to listen to. We told you from the beginning we had no dispute whatsoever about the facts as to what happened to Hannah on December 8th. We all agree that the events that occurred that day are nothing short of a tragedy. Miss Driver never denied that she didn't harm Hannah Nicole Driver on that day. There's no dispute that she stabbed herself in the neck over 5 times and once in the chest to try to convert herself. We also told you from the beginning we're not going to argue about anything related to the facts of this case. This case has always been about Hannah and Chloe's mental state at the time of the crime, and it is clear from the evidence that has been submitted to you that both the state and the defense have shown very clearly that Chloe Driver was suffering from some severe mental illness. At the time of the crime, she was suffering from delusions telling her that she needed to die. There is evidence that she had that documented mental health history there's documented mental health history ever to being prior to, she has a prior mental health history that's documented prior to ever being involved with Mr. Joyce, that's Benjamin. There's eyewitness testimony about her condition and the subsequent deterioration in the months that led up to the tragedy. There is evidence that she had been seeking help, that she had been communicating to those immediately around her, that she was getting worse, and that she could not resist these compulsions, that she could not distinguish right from wrong. I would agree with the state that they put up a lot of evidence in this case related to Hannah's death. The ER doctor, the medical examiner, the crime lab, all of those things we have never once disputed. In fact, I think 45 minutes one day about listening to the testimony about fingerprints on a knife that didn't even have anything to do with this case. There were no fingerprints on this knife we were even disputing. We never disputed the cause of death. We never disputed how a law enforcement initially responded to this, or any of the subsequent investigation. Okay, so they're saying that there's no dispute with any of that. It all happened the way they say it did. The state and the defense, as to the physical acts involved in this case and the mental intent, never have been an issue. This case, the only question has always been why it has been about what it has is this deep, dark place. It's always been about Chloe Driver being a young, naive individual with a pre-existing mental health condition that had been previously undiagnosed, mostly based on her age. It has always been about the years of abuse, the coercive control, and living in this cult mentality that exacerbated these mental illnesses. All the experts agree Ms. Driver was suffering from severe mental illnesses and delusions prior to leading up to and on December 8th. You also heard from witnesses that described her and had observed her that very same behavior well before that day and on that day, as there has been evidence to show you that she was in the throes of a severe mental health crisis during the 2-month period. There has been no evidence presented by anybody that this was an isolated snap or something that she is faking to achieve particular results, or experts have told you, and I have told you when I stood here before you in opening statements, that I anticipated they were going to present this case in a manner to draw at your raw emotions and hope that you would make those decisions based on those emotions. They presented this case in a manner in which they wanted you to ignore the evidence regarding her mental illness, her abuse, and all of the players involved in this case, and all of the realities of what goes into a cult. They tried to paint this picture that this was just a group of wacky individuals and weird religious beliefs. That they were a peaceful, loving family with some wacky religious beliefs. Not the case at all. Jason Spillers gave you a peek into their belief system. After the week's worth of evidence, it was clear that everyone in law enforcement, the experts, the medical staff people who were around, and even strangers that encountered Chloe Driver during this time, that there was overwhelming evidence that she is severely mentally ill. We have given you several examples of documented red flag events that occurred prior to this date that set the scene of what ultimately happened. Think about the incident involving Sandra Torres. Think about Benjamin took Hannah from Chloe Thanksgiving Day of 2020. Watch that video she made when she had to go back to get her daughter. The evidence shows her condition deteriorated. The delusions not only continued, but they got worse collectively over time, all building up to that day. We know that her mental state was broken, that she was seeing these things, she was hearing these things, and her delusions were telling her over and over she needed to die, over and over. And again, think about the pictures I showed you in the beginning of the case, the ones of her at 16, the ones of her in the summer leading up to the event, ultimately, right before the event, where you can kind of see the stress, and you can see the mental illness in her eyes, and you can see the signs that she was experiencing these delusions. Leading up to and on the day of the incident, there were discussions of death. She was seeing things associated with knives, and she attributed special meaning to her because of the delusions. The 12 tribes, the dirty shirt, all of these delusions, including the belief that she was sin, that she was passing that sin to her daughter, that she needed to die, and Hannah was an extension of herself, and that her sin, that she believed that Hannah was so connected to her and part of her when she breastfed her, that she was imprinting and downloading all of herself into Hannah. And she was experiencing these delusions in that inner mind that made her believe over and over again that she needed to kill herself and die. On her delusion regarding Hannah, she was thinking that if she left behind her child, it would be a continuation of her sin, and her false belief in the delusion that she was responsible for everything bad in the world. She needed to commit suicide. The act of suicide is that she was driven by these delusions, not because of jealousy or anything related to Benjamin or Ben Michael. No evidence of that. The state told you that in their opening, that they were going to show you that Chloe Driver was not mentally ill. I think they said crazy, in air quotes, that Miss Driver killed her daughter out of jealousy and some desire to be the only wife. She was not delusional. She was subscribed to some wacky religious conspiracy theories, and she was voluntarily part of the group, and she was free to leave whenever she wanted. There's been no evidence of that whatsoever. Let's talk about each of those arguments and break them down. I'm not even going to address the assertion that they made that she killed her daughter because she wanted Benjamin to herself. That statement she made to law enforcement at the hospital staff are not motive. She told the Detective Cruz that she wanted a normal family. That's not an abnormal wish, but it's not a motive for murder. How does killing herself and Hannah achieve the result of having Mr. Ben Michael to herself? It's not logical. It doesn't make sense. It's not supported by the facts. She did not attempt to harm any of the other wives. She didn't attempt to harm Mr. Ben Michael. If she wanted to have him to herself, wouldn't she have gotten rid of the competition? If she was in her right mind, she would have taken steps to remove the others from the relationship. This seems to be a more logical response. Seems to me she would have taken steps to stop those interfering with her wishes and not killed her child or herself. That argument defies logic. Jason also told us here that there was no jealousy whatsoever within the group, never any issues of Chloe acting out towards other women in the group, or that she made any demands to have Mr. Ben Michael to herself. Their own witness told you that they were a happy family. They sat around talking about their feelings. They spent months trying to care for Chloe. There was no lack of attention killing Hannah and killing herself. Does not give Chloe attention. It does not get her alone with him. Let's see here. Let's go on. So I'm going to skip some of this here. Despite knowing what these people are capable of and going back to them repeatedly, they know their victims in their experience take steps to plan and escape, but they don't always execute that plan. They are trying to ignore the facts that are supported by the evidence that Chloe was a victim of domestic violence and she was trying... Hold on a minute. And she was trying to deal with that mental illness at the same time, and they refuse to see her as a victim in this case because it doesn't fit their narrative. I'm also going to say this about domestic violence at the hand of Benjamin. Chloe was not his first, his only, and certainly won't be his last victim. Gabriella told you how hard it was for her to break free of the physical abuse. She endured the threats he made to her about leaving and never seeing her child again. You got to hear about that experience directly. You got to hear about the abuse and the control and the emotional connection, her feelings of worthlessness, and the difficulty from separating him from him with a child. You heard her tell you that despite being subjected to all of those things, she would leave and come back to the abuser. It fits within the cycle of the violence. It fits within what happened in this case, and you heard her tell you that it finally took her getting the strength and confidence and belief in herself and having the assistance of her family to leave for good, and she never looked back on what may seem really straightforward to us is the inexplainable about why you would go back. You heard Detective Cruz here on cross-examination tell us in further detail just how hard it is for these types of relationships, especially with a child, to get away from the abuser. She talked to us about how it's not uncommon for women to return to their abuser, remain in contact with them, to find ways to leave and just not have the strength to do both. Gabrielle and Chloe experienced significant trauma bonds with Mr. Ben Michael. They both kept going back to what they knew they could expect instead of moving forward into the unknown. That doesn't even take into account the emotional connection or underlying mental illness. Now, the state's probably going to tell you that whatever happened to Gabriella just doesn't matter. It's not relevant to what happened to Chloe or her mental state. It's 100% relevant because Gabriella endured the same treatment, and she sat here and she told you it was exactly the same as what was described to evaluators, to law enforcement, all by Chloe Driver. Those two individuals never talked about their own experiences with each other. Gabriella told you she had one contact with her where she tried to explain some of the things she endured and realized that she wasn't getting through to Chloe. Detective Cruz was the one that contacted Gabriella 6 days after this crime occurred because she knew exactly what she was dealing with based on the experience and following the evidence of the investigation, the control, the power, the degradation of 2 women by Benjamin. Thankfully, Gabriella was able to escape. She did not have pre-existing mental health issues. Thank goodness she was able to protect her child. In the presentation of this case, the state has minimized what happened to Chloe leading up to the day. They didn't want to discuss her self-inflicted injuries. They didn't put any pictures of that evidence. We did. They didn't want to talk about any of that. They didn't want to discuss the controlling and abusive relationship. They want you to believe that none of that matters in the context of this case. They want you to ignore her cries for help, her behavior leading up to this, her reports about the things she was saying to these people, and her attempts to leave on November 25th and November 26th. And they keep this in mind in this case. They investigated from the very beginning by Detective Cruz with regard to Miss Driver's mental state and from the perspective that Chloe was a victim. As Detective Cruz began this investigation, she immediately suspected there was a lot more to the story than she was getting from these cult members long before Chloe even had the opportunity to think of a defense. She sat in a hospital. She hadn't talked to anyone. Detective Cruz had already interviewed everybody, and based on that, you heard Detective Cruz tell you that she had contacted other people, and she had saw all those people at Asheville Police Department. She knew that what she was dealing with. You watch videos where Chloe told you that she had been hurt, and where Chloe told Detective Cruz about the black eye. She told Detective Cruz about the paranoid state of mind, and you saw the videos of her saying that she wanted to die with the baby based on that experience in law enforcement and DV victims. She continued to investigate this case, and she found additional women. She found police reports and more evidence about the world that Chloe was living. And now you heard from Jason Spillers, and you heard that quite a treat he was, able to paint a picture of this group in 2 very different ways. First, he was able to tell you about how he knew Chloe and how he knew her to be a loving and caring mother who loved Hannah and did everything for her. He knew her before she decompensated and spent so much time with the group, and then he knew exactly who Chloe was and what she was like, and he told you about the different times he saw her, the changes he noticed, and even talking to Benjamin about getting her treatment. He told you about the group. He spent the better part of the last 2 months leading up to December 8th taking care of Chloe. He told us about the episodes and how she would have these episodes and go into catatonic states and have no idea what just happened. Okay. There were dramatic changes that he knew her, and it wasn't just mental illness. I don't know if he intended to or not, but he painted a very clear picture for you of what life was really like in this group. You could see how he idolized Benjamin. He endorsed all of his beliefs and the life that came with it. It was clear that he and Benjamin viewed women as property, lesser individuals. He told us the women were subservient and that they were not capable of having the same conversations as men. I think he used the words that they should all be frolicking and dancing with the babies. He told us that Benjamin set the standard, and that was everybody had to live by. He tried to paint a picture of this wild alternative reality that no one was buying about polygamy. We know that he disputed the incident with Sandra Torres. Think about if he punched a total stranger for attempting to help Chloe that day. Can you imagine what these men were doing to these women behind closed doors? If Jason is that crazy that he punched this woman that he didn't know in broad daylight, right? What was he doing to these other women? That's what that was pretty. I think that made a big impression on them. Imagine how his leader is. Ask yourself what they did not want you to hear from Benjamin. They didn't call him because they knew exactly who he is. And the facts of this case are undisputed. So let's get down to the experts now. We've all heard from 3 different experts in this case, and they all agreed she was mentally ill, severely mentally ill in the months leading up to this event. And they all agree she was suffering from delusions at that time. Dr. Garrett, Dr. Ballard both diagnosed her with schizoaffective, bipolar disorder, borderline personality disorder, and we heard this morning that Dr. Z did not offer any of those individual diagnoses. That's not her approach to this, but she told you today that she wouldn't disagree with any of them. In fact, she agreed that there may be a slight variation, but they all utilize the same resources and collateral information to conduct their evaluations. Both Dr. Garrett and Dr. Ballard told you that even outside of Chloe's self-reported information, the information provided among the sources of information were consistent and independently verified. Those doctors did not believe she was malingering, faking, or presenting in a way to achieve a certain result. Experts have told you that these delusions are defined as a fixed false belief that someone holds on to, even when the evidence shows that they no way can be real. They cannot be explained outside of mental illness. They are so unusual that they cannot be explained other than disordered thinking, that delusional compulsion. Ms. Gropper was talking about is defined as the delusion had been real, it would have been justified. The conduct, her delusions in this case were not religious in nature. She believed everyone was out to get her. She believed she had special powers. She believed she had magical thinking about things. She thought everything she did impacted the world and that she was receiving specific messages directed at her. Those messages came both as auditory and visual hallucinations, but they were also delusions of reference that were referenced by both of the doctor's delusions are not things that they are in line with a person's culture. Everybody knows them to be false. They are not extreme religious beliefs. The delusion that drove Chloe Driver to the point where we're at today, you heard from Dr. Garrett, Dr. Ballard, and Dr. Z, that was this need to die. That is not part of any religious belief system. Those are not agreements for participation in a cult. Well, kind of in the, hold on, I got to lower my heater. I'm kind of in Jim Jones, but they didn't agree to that. Well, I don't think they knew at the time when they were doing it. I don't think they agreed to it. But Heaven's Gate, who knows? So I don't know so much about that. I don't know if that was the most brilliant thing to put in there. Okay. Sat there and paid attention to all the experts, and I'm not going to go through everything that they talked about, but here's what I want to talk about with respect to each of those experts. Dr. Garrett told us that the signs of and the depth of her mental illness was ever present, that they existed before her relationship, and that she had been experiencing delusions since adolescence. That's important. That contradicts the state that if she didn't experience delusions, that this is all made up. Dr. Garrett also told you that she was exhibiting those signs of those visual and auditory hallucinations even after being medicated for over a year. And when she was having issues with suicidal ideation and thoughts that she needed to die, she told us it was clear she was experiencing emotional distress in regarding the situation and confusion about moral and ethical appropriateness of her delusion. She said, Ms. Driver said, I was at peace with how it was supposed to be. You heard that Dr. Garrett believed that she needed to take her life because her delusions and everything in this world was telling her in her mind that's what she needed to do. Do not just because of the delusions about sin, but because of those delusions of reference that she was seeing on a daily basis. She was being told she needed to die. She would see a light bulb. She would see a knife. She could see any of these things to you and I that would mean nothing, but because of the disordered thinking and those delusions, it was telling her, it was feeding her the thoughts, the processes, and the delusion. She told us that these delusions were above and beyond any religious teaching or anything Mr. Ben Michael had ever told her. Chloe's religious beliefs didn't tell her that she needed to die. She also told you if you take someone who is vulnerable, who is already delusional, and you bring them into this type of scenario and you start teaching them crazy stuff, you're teaching them something that will only lead to increase in their problems. Dr. Garrett also told us Chloe started out as a vulnerable young lady who was already delusional. She was beginning to have all these thoughts, and she told us somebody that has a personality disorder, a mood disorder, and substance abuse was her baseline. These things existed prior to her ever getting involved in the relationship with Benjamin. What's worse is she also told us that there's not a particular moment of time. They tried to ask her about the dirty shirt as a trigger, and Dr. Garrett quickly corrected and said, no, you have to consider all of these signs she went through. She listed those signs. She told us we have to look at the culmination of events, not something as a trigger. Dr. Ballard came yesterday and told us a lot of the same information Dr. Garrett did. She diagnosed the defendant with the same illnesses and, in her opinion, believed the act was driven by that thought process that she told us some of these things, and the state seems to believe were deliberate acts, or tries to persuade you to believe that these things that she premeditated and thought out in her head before doing it are actually acts in support of that delusion, compulsion. They were acts that were in her mind to finish out what she was being told to do, that she needed to not die getting a knife, locking the door, are acts that contributed to carrying out the delusion in a way to act on that compulsion that kept telling her she needed to kill herself. That's an explanation that's rooted in science and in psychology. She told us that these people in these delusional states can do everyday things that appear normal, and she told us that these Google searches show that Chloe Driver was attempting to resist acting on those compulsions. To the best of her ability, she sought ways to get out, to help, that she was able to explain to you from the psychological standpoint that the statements made by Chloe to law enforcement after the incident don't necessarily mean anything when you're talking about the mental state at the time of the crime, and also talked about the jail cells, the jail calls, and the continued communication that Chloe had with Mr. Ben Michael, and it explained the context of not only Chloe's mental health issues, but in the context of her experience. While she lived that relationship, the state played you a few phone calls in this particular case, including her mother. What it tells us based on those calls is that if you listen, is the true depths of her mental illness and her entanglement to him. The jail call you listened to still shows you that even when she was incarcerated, she was still controlled and manipulated by him. Notice how they didn't play any of the conversations with Mr. Ben Michael. She also told us that people who are mentally ill, who have not received therapy, who have not been properly medicated, make irrational choices. The jail is not a therapeutic environment, and that to treat all of Chloe's issues, a great deal of treatment was needed, not just a medication. They had to break that bond. Her testimony, Dr. Z testified, really didn't dispute any of the other two doctors in this case. She told you that Chloe was suffering from the same type of delusions and mental illness in the months leading up to this event, and it's all the doctors are consistent with the understanding of her severe mental illness. They all agreed that it was untreated, and based on their diagnosis would only get worse the longer it remained untreated. Each of those doctors agreed that the delusions that Chloe experienced grew more and more pointed to the idea that she needed to kill herself and ultimately her child. Dr. Z also agreed that the specific delusions that Chloe is experiencing on December 8th culminated from the final delusion regarding the shirt, and that was just a sign that she was unable to overcome. I just want to talk a little bit about the treatment of the experts in this case by the district attorney's office, and I think it needs to be discussed that a lot of time was spent yesterday with Dr. Ballard trying to emphasize some perceived bias as a defense expert. Neither Dr. Ballard nor Dr. Z nor Dr. Garrett have any interest in this case other than providing you an expert professional opinion regarding the mental state at the time the crimes were committed. And they have told you that their roles in this case are not biased. And they're not based, or they're not, excuse me, in this case is not based on achieving or reaching a particular result. No defense attorney ever contacts them or contacts any expert and asks them, hey, we need you to do a particular thing for us. At the end of the day, all of the doctors who shared all the same title and the same qualifications, in essence, reach the same ideas in this particular case. Okay, and then if any of these evaluators believe that she did not suffer from mental illness or had any of these delusions, none of us would be here today. This is not how these evaluations work. I think it's important when we talk about this that you all realize that doctor was a witness in our case, and the state didn't call her. She became involved in this case because she's employed by the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. She works for the state. She was provided with all of the information in this case, and the state could give her to review, provided prior talking to Miss Driver, whether or not they want to acknowledge if she was their expert, and their expert agreed. Okay, this is all about that. They questioned Dr. Ballard, and they tried to talk about her qualifications, and it went on forever. And this is what she's talking about, and she's going on and on with this, okay? I'm going to bypass that because it's already very late. And we've got a lot to go over still. Now let me see if, hold on a minute. Okay, yeah, you guys are here. Okay. Hi, little lady. Hi, Rough and Ready. Hi. Let's see what this poll answered. Okay, do you think Sean Combs will get out on bail? 84% of you say no, and 16% say yes. So we're going to have to say, let's remember the results of that poll. Okay, so we're getting towards the end of the defense's closing argument on this case. I'm going to do a poll on what you think the verdict is going to be in just a minute. But I'm just going to breeze through this a little bit here. Where did I put my... Here we go. Okay. The delusion. Now the state began their opening statement and again today asking you for justice for Hannah. We agree. There is justice for Hannah in this case. If you find her not guilty by reason of insanity, there is no doubt that our client committed this horrific act, right? That's true. Never contested that, and I want to leave clear. I want to leave clear through that in this case, justice looks different than what we're used to. Our society has certain ideas about mental illness, and they have created a very strong perception that mental illness is an excuse for someone who commits a crime. The law recognizes that severely mentally ill people cannot reform the required criminal intent to commit a crime. The law allows to find Chloe not guilty by reason of insanity if you believe at the time of the crime she was suffering from mental illness and that she did not have the ability to distinguish right from wrong. You are also allowed to find her not guilty by reason of insanity if you believe that due to her mental illness, she was suffering from a delusion compulsion that overmastered her will to resist committing the act. We know that Miss Driver was in a delusional state. She was confused as to what was right and what was wrong, and she resisted acting on those delusions for a long time in that type of mindset. In the throes of severe psychotic episode, there's no way she had the ability to distinguish right from wrong at the time. And she was left untreated, and she got worse and worse. And now, Miss Driver, hold on. Oh, Miss Driver talked to you about a little bit about the delusional compulsion part. And we know from the evidence in this case that she was severely mentally ill, in that she was suffering from delusions that compelled her to act in a particular manner that would have been right if she would have believed, if they had been as she believed them to be. If you, hold on 1 second, my eyes are, I forgot to check if my glasses were ready. Maybe I can see tomorrow. Let's see. Okay. All right, to resist giving into these thoughts, there is evidence that shows she did not, in these delusions and altered states of mind, she did not know what she was doing. She didn't know what right from wrong. There is evidence to show that because of her delusions telling her that she and Hannah needed to die, that she was overmastered by the constant voices telling her, you need to die, in her head, and ultimately acted on them. All of this started with undiagnosed and unrated mental illness that resulted in a truly horrible, tragic act. Let me put a few things in perspective that may have helped prevent this from happening in the first place. If Benjamin and Sarah and Jessica or Jason had gotten Chloe help instead of CBD, or they were ignoring the reality that was right before their eyes every day, Hannah may still be alive. If the Asheville Police Department had arrested Jason and Benjamin on November 25th for the incident where they assaulted Sandra, that day may have been that day, Chloe may have been able to get away and get the help that she needed, and Hannah may be alive today. If Brian had not taken Hannah from Chloe on November 26th of 2020, when he found out that her parents were coming to get them, it's fair to say that she might have been able to break away from that relationship if she hadn't been left with her daughter. Chloe was never going to leave without her daughter. You heard testimony from Chloe's mom about how she had no idea about the extreme nature of this relationship until it was too late. They didn't have any idea about the mental health struggles. She didn't confide in them because he had convinced her that she couldn't trust her own parents. Every single day, her parents live with regret. And think about the what ifs. If they had just tried harder, or if they had just called the police, or if they had just taken Hannah. It replays in their minds over and over and over again. And the parents still say, if we had tried harder to get through to Chloe, Hannah may still be alive. Look at all the times that Chloe was unable to address these significant mental health issues. These failures led to a deep and dark mental state, and they caused Chloe to lose her way as a mother. To this child, to this end, I agree with the state she failed in her ultimate responsibility to protect the child, but the failure of her motherly duties was caused entirely by the untreated mental health delusions. That Chloe loved her daughter. She fought in every way she knew how, and in the circumstances she was in, to resist those delusions, to kill herself and her child. But when those things kept happening to her over and over and over again, and they were so pervasive in her mind, that's all she could see. She tried to fight it. She was voicing those concerns to everyone. She was telling these people, do not let me be without help. Do not let me get me help, get me help. We can see it on December 8th. We can see that she was having these delusions, beginning with the 12 tribes, associating that discussion they were having that day about death as a sign that reinforced the earlier delusion we talked about, the paranoia she experienced at Whole Foods, the delusion about the room in the house and being alone, and the ultimate final decision of the dirty shirt that overwhelmed her ability, and she gave in. And now the court's going to give you instructions regarding the law to consider in this case, and it's your job to apply the law to the evidence that you've heard over the course of the last week. As Ms. Greiper kind of touched on briefly, you're going to be given a verdict form to decide this case in 4 different ways. It's more than guilty, not guilty. But guilty by mentally ill or not guilty by reason of insanity. To find Chloe guilty of the charged offenses, you need to find that she committed the acts and that she had the required intent, and the state has to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. The judge will talk to you about what it means to find something beyond a reasonable doubt. The option of guilty but mentally ill does not yield the same results as a not guilty by reason of insanity. And I want you to keep in your mind that finding of not guilty by reason of insanity, and the judge is going to give you the instruction on that allows the court to maintain the custody and control over the individual for evaluation and treatment of her mental health needs. That can be indefinite. The law allows a person to be found not guilty by reason of insanity if they did not have the mental capacity to distinguish between right and wrong at the time of the crime. The law allows that because if a person has a mental disease, she acted in a way that this delusional compulsion overwhelmed them, overmastered her will to resist. And we've talked about the delusions, what a delusion compulsion released. But in this case, she was compelled to act in this manner because in her mind, she believed she was right. She believed, if the facts were as she believed them to be, in her head, that she was right. The testimony that you've heard in this case with these delusions were directing her to die is evidence to show you that she experiences these delusions of reference, these auditory and visual hallucinations, these command hallucinations, the paranoia. You heard testimony that Chloe believed, based on that delusion, she was downloading all of herself into Hannah. She viewed that as an extension of herself. You heard Dr. Ballard tell you that. People with this type of disorder have a very difficult time distinguishing boundaries of where one person begins and the other person ends. People suffering from the same illness as Chloe are often unable to distinguish those boundaries. She didn't necessarily know where Hannah began or ended. She didn't know where she began or where she ended, and she viewed her in her mind as one unit. She was not going to leave behind any piece of her in this world to perpetrate that ongoing sin, which told her that she needed to die, is all part of the delusion. And now the state began their opening. Hold on a second. Statement, and again today, asking you for justice for Hannah. We agree there is justice for Hannah in this case. If you find her not guilty by reason of insanity, there is no doubt that our client committed these horrific acts. Never contested that. I want to leave that clear in this case. And justice looks different than what we're used to in our society, has certain ideas about mental illness, and has created a very strong perception that mental illness is an excuse. Okay, but she's saying, no. Hold on a second. Okay, you need to think about this in context of how we got here today. Chloe was a young, naive individual with pre-existing mental health issues. She already walked in with that baseline to this relationship. She suffered for years of abuse, coercive control, and a cult mentality. We've heard about how she asked for help, cried for help. She attempted to leave. We've heard all the experts say she was suffering from that severe mental illness. undiagnosed individuals treating these types of illnesses gets worse over time. And then they end by saying she could not distinguish right from wrong. She was overcome and overmastered by these delusional compulsions, that her mind justified the act. And that was it for them. And then the rebuttal from the state said, the judge will tell you the delusion, if true, would have legally justified the act if we assumed what was in her mind. It is legally justifiable under Georgia self-defense laws that the law, it doesn't matter what Chloe thought was justified. The only thing that matters with regard to distinguish between wrong and right is the other part of the insanity charge, whether she had the ability to distinguish between right and wrong. When we're talking about whether the decision was to, as a fact, if true, would justify the act we're talking about. Legal justification under the laws of Georgia, not about what Chloe Driver thinks about it. It's also important to address the fact that the defense wanted to stir away, that she said the state wants you to ignore all of this stuff about her mental health state. All the gory evidence is to play on your emotions, even though Miss Driver has never disputed the fact that she committed these acts. Just because I know the defense is insanity, I still, under the law, I have the burden of proving the murder, and I'm going to put up every ounce of evidence that I need to in order to do that. And that is not to play your emotions. The fact that it was emotional, the fact that it was horrific, and the fact that her body is going to haunt all of our dreams for a very long time because of the actions of Chloe Driver is not because I'm trying to manipulate you. The state has a duty, and our duty is to represent Hannah. She was murdered in Cherokee County, and we have to prove her guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and my presentation of evidence to you in that regard was following my oath. It was not to manipulate you. It was not to convince you in that regard or ignore anything. I don't want you to ignore any evidence that came before you. Okay, let's see here now. It's their burden then to prove the insanity. They're talking about, okay, and here's what she said about Jason Spillers that I wanted to go over, okay? To talk about is Jason Spillers. I know everybody in the free world was questioning the wisdom of my decision to put this man on as a witness stand and let him ramble on incessantly. And I promise you, it was not because I am a pea-brained female who is not capable of intelligent thought like Mr. Spillers would like you to believe. He provided very valuable information, and he provided context to some of the things that you needed to have. And there were statements made by Chloe in this case about his new friends in the group and about her new existence and about how things had changed when he had gotten these new followers. Why do you think he's talking about, who do you think he's talking about? Old Crazy Pants. And he took this witness stand and talked to you about drinking his own pee. And he talked to you about all these crazy views about women and their inferiority and how they're not capable of intelligent thought. And most of what he had to say was complete garbage. And I expect that most of what he had to say you all will probably completely disregard. But what became very clear is that him and Benjamin had this little intellectual romance. And they probably sat around and acted like they were the two smartest men in the world who ever lived on the face of the planet. And things got different for Chloe and Hannah and the other women because Benjamin was his own little romance with his smart buddy Jason Spillers. And the women were supposed to giggle and play and do all the things that women do because they're not smart enough to participate in intelligent thought. And so things got different for Chloe. And she didn't like that those were the statements you're seeing. It was with your own two eyes what her existence was. Her wanting to get far away from Jason Spillers is not insane. That's reasonable because everybody in this courtroom felt the same way. They did not want to be around him because he was difficult to be around, so he needed to come before you. And you needed to see that with your own eyes because it provides context to her statements about why she did what she did and why she was feeling the way she felt. And those were those statements. We know that Jason Spillers was new to the group, and we know that he had met Z in April of 2020. Chloe's been in the picture 3 years, and it was just like the last couple of months when things really went sideways. It was after he joined the group, and this is telling. He started spending a lot of time with them around July of 2020, and it's definitely provided context for her statements to the detective. And the first thing she wrote about why she did it. He didn't do it. I did it. I was going insane. I no longer wanted to be with his friends, but kept coming back for him. I only wanted my baby and husband, but he refused. When she said I no longer wanted to be with his friend, she's talking about Jason Spillers, and you needed to see it. You needed to see it because her reasons and her motivations behind committing this act wasn't her delusions. It was her reality. It was the day-to-day life that she was subjected to. Having to be around these two men, her motivation was her reality, not her delusions. And you saw, if she told us why, when I stood up here in my opening statements, I said, pay attention to the why. It will help you. It will help you solve the legal equation. It will help you to put up the pieces together. Why did she commit this act? When she was writing to Benjamin, no, I went to get a knife. I couldn't handle to be with the group anymore, and you left me no alternative with certain threats, taking the money and not letting me just buy land and be with her as long as I needed. You had the whole group to take care of. And blamed me for all the problems. These were her statements to Benjamin. She was fed up. She didn't want to be with the group. She didn't want to be with his friends. She wanted a normal life for her baby. She did not want to keep up recruiting more wives and more people to have to take care of and divide the attention even more. These were her statements. I just wanted to have a normal life for Nimsy. These were the very first statements that she was making to people she cared about, her mom, Benjamin, the detectives in the case, why she committed the act. None of this was delusional. It was all very, very rooted in reality, which was a living hell. In her notes to the doctor that evaluated her shortly after she was hospitalized, that I was stating for months I couldn't handle my husband's lifestyle anymore. She didn't want to be around all these people. He collects people to live with us. And after we got 3 more people, Sarah, Jessica, Jason, I started perceiving them as ganging up upon me and leaving me out and changing stories and referencing the existence that was the reality. She is not referencing delusions. And you saw 4 hours from Jason Spillers, which was a little glimpse of what every day of life must have been like for the first 2 years. Not so much because I was just us traveling, but once he got the people listening to him more, I started feeling scared and was begging for attention, for us to be with the baby. These things that she wrote about, why she committed these acts, they're not delusional, they're reasonable. Because wanting a husband and a child and not being in a cult, that's not unreasonable, that's not irrational, it's not delusional. That's a reasonable thought. It's a reasonable thought process. It was the reality of the situation that she chose to commit the act she did because she could not deal with the reality of the situation that she chose to put herself in. The doctor who evaluated her in the hospital felt the only way out was to kill her daughter and herself, and it did not notate that she killed her daughter because of any delusions. He notated that her motivation for committing the act was because her and her daughter, it was the only way for them to get out, and that is not a delusion. That is certainly not a delusion. That, if true, would justify the act under the self-defense laws. This is not criminal insanity. This is her making a decision out of desperation because of the situation. That was reality. She told us why she did it, November 25th. Killing someone to save them. This is consistent with what all the doctors said about what she said about her. Feelings about Hannah, the last doctor, Dr. Z, said essentially that it had the same theme of things, whether they were rooted in her religious belief or rooted in her delusions. The overreaching theme was that she was saving her daughter from a life of suffering, and that's consistent with what we know she Googled on November 25th. And it is not insanity under the law. She was not motivated by delusions or her insanity. She was motivated by reality. And I think what kind of highlights this is that, ironically, the testimony of Gabriella, the first wife, she said it was difficult to leave. She said she doesn't have mental health problems, and she thought about killing herself. It was difficult existence that they found themselves in. But she wasn't delusional at all. She thought about just ending it, not because of delusions, because of reality, because of the circumstances that she experienced. And I want to talk to you about the evidence that demonstrates that she understood that, and the ability to distinguish between right and wrong. And Dr. Ballard indicated that she asked if she thought that Chloe's behavior was, that Chloe realized her behavior was wrong. And Chloe said, yeah. As soon as it happened, I regretted it. I thought I shouldn't have done this. That was not supposed to happen. Dr. Garrett said she recalled apologizing to Hannah and told her daughter how much she loved her. I knew this was wrong from the beginning. These are the statements she made with her own mouth to these doctors and Dr. Z, who testified and last said that it's not inconsistent with my assessment of the situation. You saw one of the first things that she wrote was, how long will my prison sentence going to be for killing her? It was very clear. She appreciated the consequences of her action. She understood the wrongfulness of it, but she still did it because she still did it because it was not an inability to distinguish between right and wrong. She chose to kill Hannah knowing it was wrong. And she said out of her own mouth, now when we talk about the delusion compulsion, I gave you the law. I want to just refresh your memory on it one more time. The defendant has to be laboring under the decision at the time of the commission of the act. The criminal act itself has to be connected to the particular delusion, and it has to be a fact that, if true, would justify the act. Georgia's self-defense laws, and we talked about that, in order to justify by the act, she'd have to believe that the force that killing her was necessary to prevent serious bodily injury or death to herself, or to prevent Hannah from committing a forcible felony. There's zero evidence of that. There's no evidence and no possible way that the third rung of this delusional compulsion insanity defense can be met. Doctor said when she testified, indicated that she did not ask Chloe any questions about the cult dynamics or the conflict in the cult. The notes that Chloe wrote in the hospital, the ones that we just talked about, the ones that sort of demonstrated her motivation for committing the act, the doctor did not ask her about the dynamics of the group. And the culture. She also did not ask her any details about the crime. She didn't get any details about what she was doing in that room. She didn't get the play-by-play. And what her state of mind at the time she committed the act and the circumstances surrounding the act are really important. And Dr. Garrett instead said she didn't find it to be particularly relevant. And I asked her what she was thinking and how she was feeling, except for Dr. Garrett is not her therapist. This is a question of legal insanity. It's a question of law. And the defense indicated that Dr. Garrett is the state's expert. Dr. Garrett works for a state agency in the same way that a teacher might be a state employee. She's not a state's expert. We didn't hire her. We didn't retain her. The fact that she came here, she was sent a referral after there was a court order for a complete assessment. Dr. Ballard is a private doctor that was hired by the defense. The state agency did an evaluation of her as an independent expert. They did an evaluation, and that is all very common procedure in criminal cases. So when they say this is a state expert, it is the state's expert in the context that she works for a state agency, but she is not the state of Georgia that is prosecuting this case, and she is not affiliated with us. And I want to talk to you about how I completed the chart with her on the stand, and I said, tell me what the delusions were. Give them to me. What did she say the delusions were? Because this jury is going to have to make a decision about what the particular delusion was that she was laboring under, and whether it was connected to the act, and whether the delusion itself, if true, justified the act. That's the legal equation. And so we went through these, and she indicated the particular delusions connected with the act of murdering Hannah was that everything was telling her to do it. People talking about death, meaning she should do it. Seeing knives. So let's play that for a minute. And I know you're going to assume everything in my head is true. Everything in my head is telling me to do it. If this jury box is telling me to take this knife. Now at this point, she goes and grabs a box from the evidence. In that box is a knife. And so she plays this out for the jury. She opens the box. The knife is seen. She says, if everyone in this jury box tells me to take this knife and go stab the member of the defense, right? And if we assume it's true that all 15 of you are telling me, Katie, take that knife and go stab him. Do it. Take the knife and stab him. Would I be legally justified in doing that? No, absolutely not. Just because the whole world and the whole room wants me to kill him, it doesn't mean I'm legally justified in doing it. And that's what I mean when I say, if we assume it's true, it has to justify the act. And that's why it's really a narrow category, very narrow category of cases where the person that gets killed or harmed is perceived in their mind to be an immediate threat to them. Hannah would have to be an immediate threat to her. And she said that's why she was asking throughout this whole thing, is Hannah a threat? Is Hannah a threat? Is Hannah a threat? No. It was all no, no, no. And she said, if this member of the defense team if she looked at him and I was having a distorted thinking or delusional thought and I thought that he was about to hurt me, and we assume that my delusional thinking is true, then I may be justified in defending myself and hurting him back. But that is not the evidence in this case. And none of these. So she's talking about self-defense now. So, right? If Hannah wasn't a baby, and Hannah was another individual, and Chloe thought that that person was going to hurt her and then defended herself, yeah, that might be a different story. But how is that here with the baby? So none of these delusions, which ones, if true, would justify the act? And the answer is zero. There are none, absolutely not one shred of evidence that she ever thought Hannah was going to harm her or anybody else. Dr. Ballard, when she was asked about these things that Chloe Driver actually said, close in time to the crime, that is handwritten notes. I asked her about the hand, or she said that she indicated that it's misguided to assume that anything she said on that day, a day later, is controlling. But the fact of the matter is, the legal question is what her state of mind was at the time she committed the offense. Lots of people gain insight into the behavior and the actions and the things they did as time goes on. But the persistent question for you is, what was her state of mind in the moment that she committed the offense? So, in this regard, don't you think that her statements close in the time, her condition close in the time, her mental state close to the time most relevant, and she disregarded it? The question is, what was her mental state at the time of the crime? I really do not want to revisit all of those body camera videos, but she is making statements, and I need you to hear them. She has the presence of mind. She understands the situation. And she repeatedly says them. Let him be with her. Come quick, come in quick. She's not delusional. She's oriented. She knows exactly what's happening. She wants the baby's dad to be able to be with her when she dies. She understands the severity of the situation. She's mentally there. The EMT calls Hannah a boy. She corrects him. Says it's a her. Chloe says it's a girl. She has a severe presence of mind. She knows exactly what's happening in that room. She says, if that's goodbye, she understands the consequence, that death is impending. She understands the wrongness of her actions, and she shows us that in the minutes after she committed the act, she asks whether Hannah's still alive. She's not delusional or unclear about what she just did or why she did it. She has presence of mind. She understands the consequences. She understands the permanency. She understands the result. Dr. Ballard focused primarily on Chloe Driver being a victim of coercive control. And there's a lot of testimony about being a domestic violence victim. And one of these things is that the defense said that maybe she just landed a little wrong. For me, you know, everybody at this table that goes against everything that they've ever been trained to believe about domestic violence victims. And the thing is, I've been a prosecutor for 17 years, and I've done nothing with crimes against women and children my entire career, and I've encountered a lot of domestic violence victims, and I have never stood up here and told you that Chloe Driver didn't experience domestic violence. I have never said that, and I'm never going to say that. What I have said is that Chloe Driver didn't experience any domestic violence in Cherokee County, so we have nothing to prosecute. We have jurisdiction over the crimes that were committed in Cherokee County, which was the murder of Hannah Driver. And the other thing I know about domestic violence victims is that they don't get a free pass under the law to murder their children. no matter how bad their situation is, the law still applies to them. Just because they've experienced something terrible in life does not give them the right to murder innocent, defenseless little children. That is not because we don't care about domestic violence victims. It's because the matter before us and the crime committed in Cherokee County and the relevant issues in this case are not domestic violence. They're the murder of a child. It is clear that some of these experts and the defense really don't place any responsibility on Miss Driver at all for any of her actions, and it's something I ask you to consider and talk about in context of a cult, because in theory, I think there is one cult leader, and then there are all these cult followers. Are we to believe that any criminal actions by anybody who joins the cult, they are no longer responsible for? They don't have to answer for their choices and their decisions because there's one person that's manipulative and controlling at the top. So now all of a sudden everyone involved is absolved of their criminal responsibility and free will, but that is not the law. And you cannot join a cult or an oppressive situation or be in an abusive relationship and now the law no longer applies. You have to answer for your decisions, and you still have to suffer consequences of your criminal actions. The judge is going to tell you that the evidence that came before you about the abuse of Chloe by Benjamin is really only relevant to a very narrow reason. And the state was not trying to ask you to ignore anything or distract you or have you look away from things. It's just really not the question before you, whether or not she was abused. The judge is going to tell you that the only relevant purpose for that testimony is whether or not it sheds light on her mental state. That is relevant to her insanity. That's relative to her insanity defense. So the extent that her abusive, controlling, oppressive situation, we've never said she didn't experience those things. She probably did. It's just not really the issue before you to diagnose or decide. But do the extent to those things that have an impact on her, the mental state. And what I want to tell you is the defense expert kept using the term coercive control. And the truth is, coercion is not a defense to murder under the laws in the state of Georgia. So the only thing you're concerning yourself with in this case is whether or not she meets the definition of insanity under the law. And even if you take those abusive events and you think about, they might have impacted her mental state, you still have to determine whether she meets the definition of insanity. You still have to go back to those two sets. Could she distinguish right from wrong? And was she suffering under the compulsion of delusion that, if true, would justify the act? So even assuming that you believe she was the oppressed victim of domestic violence by Benjamin, and you believe all the stuff about what her treatment was probably like, she still, in order to be a defense, has to meet the definition of insanity under the law. So you have to put that evidence about her treatment by Benjamin into the proper context, and the judge will tell you the only context that is relevant to this particular case in solving the question before you is whether you think that impacted her ability to distinguish right from wrong. Okay, so or that her delusions were so connected to the act that it true, they would justify the act. And once you kind of do the math, you do the equation, you'll arrive at the conclusion that none of the delusions would justify the act legally. Then she clearly understood the permanence of her decision and the consequences of her actions. Dr. Ballard also did talk a little bit about the diagnostic testing, and I think it's important to discuss that Chloe Driver had an invalid score on her assessment when she endorsed and overreported symptoms, and so there was questioning by the defense about it, because that's obviously concerning in the context of a forensic evaluation when the test scores is essentially showing that she's exaggerating. And it showed that she had a very high score and that she had a motivated response. But when asked about it, the doctor basically indicated, well, it could mean that maybe she's trying to get herself out of trouble. But I just interpreted it as a cry for help. She chose instead to interpret it as a cry for help. So she is just pulling on all these extra symptoms and exaggerating her symptoms because she's desperate for help. But the fact of the matter is, she's already in the jail and she's already receiving mental help. She's already medicated. She's already away from him. But she's continuing to reach out to him and call him. So why did this expert choose to discount the possibility that Chloe Driver was potentially exaggerating her symptoms to benefit herself in a criminal case, and instead just choose to call, if a cry for help, something to consider with regard to Miss Driver, because we know some things about her? She's not dumb. She has an above average intelligence. According to the last expert, she manipulated the doctors and the jail staff in order to get an access to an unrecorded office line where she was supposed to speak to only her lawyer and her mother when she was in the jail. This is another thing. And I said this to someone, and I used the word manipulated, and they said, I don't think that's manipulation. But it is manipulation because of what she did. And in jail for murder, and she uses this unrecorded office line, and she abuses those privileges to continue to call him. And of course, once it's detected, they immediately revoke her privileges and they put an end to it. But what does she do? Then she continues to communicate with him after his number's been blocked and intentionally doesn't share that information with the doctors. They're evaluating her because it doesn't fit into the narrative that she's desperately trying to escape him and she's being held against her will, because the state has never said she wasn't a domestic violence victim, but the narrative that she was being held against her will and she couldn't leave and she had no access to money and he would take her phone, and it's not true, and maybe he was controlling her mind. But the undisputed evidence is that she had a phone in a bag. She had $1,000 in her bag. She spent 2 days at her parents' house, days before she murdered her daughter. She didn't have to say anything to her parents about wanting to go get mental health or thinking about killing her baby. She stood up here and she said these were all people who could have done something to prevent it. Jason and Benjamin, Sarah and Jessica would have just gotten her help, but she was at her parents' house for 2 days before this happened. The video on the 27th when she said, he has my baby against my will. She went to her parents' house after that, and the evidence, and said that she stood up there in front of you and said she wasn't going to leave him without her baby. And she went back to him. The evidence is she was not going to leave him, period, because her baby was dead. She murdered her baby. And then she continued to communicate with him for over 2 years, murdering Hannah in her rational and stable, the state's understanding that she murdered her own child, and she continued to reach out to him for over 600 times. This wasn't about Hannah. Hannah could not be held over his head. Hannah could not be stolen away by Benjamin. Hannah was gone. Hannah was dead. And she still made the choice. And the thing is, There are consequences for choices. If you want to get away from somebody, there's no better place than the county jail because he can't get in. He can't call you. But she found ways to get to him. She convinced 6 other inmates to use their phone pins for over 2 years so she could continue to contact him. And she made 617 calls. All of this while she was medicated and stable and not delusional. She learned from the best in terms of her ability to manipulate the process, manipulate the system. The evidence in this case is that this group were fraudsters by trade. They had plans to go steal houses, that they were bank-owned on Zillow. They had taken out all these loans, COVID loans, that they didn't have any insurance. They had all these trust documentation. They found ways to get around. They get free cars. They had tons of money. None of these people had jobs, and they had tons of money in the bank because they would just lie, cheat, and steal from the government in a way that benefited them. And the questioning of Dr. Z at the end, that she understood the inner workings of how to game the system. She was very well educated and knowledgeable about, if she told Dr. Z she was 80 pounds when she entered the hospital, which was under report of 33 pounds, in the actual weight, maybe that's not a significant fact to you, but it's a significant fact. It's not true. It's just something that's not supported by objective, independent evidence, and so it's something to pay attention to. What her motive is in this case. How is she attempting to paint herself despite her intentional, repetitive conduct to the contrary? She had a conversation with her father just prior to being evaluated by Dr. Z, where they discussed that she would be screwing herself if she acted normal in that evaluation. What she has to gain or lose in this case, what she might have to gain from over-exaggerating her symptoms, and why her statements at the hospital when she was at her lowest and the time when she was raw and she just was telling it, why those statements are really the more credible statements about what motivated her to act. What did every expert agree on? Every single one. They all said they never believed Hannah was a threat to her or anyone else, and because of that, the third prong of the delusional compulsion of insanity defense cannot and will not be met. So why did she do it? I've thought a lot about that, and I'm sure you have too. What was the prevailing emotion when she gave in and decided she was going to end it for both of them? Was it desperation? Was it anger at her situation? Was it a mercy killing? Was she saving Hannah? Did she feel hopeless? Was she mentally ill? It's not the insanity defense. If this is what you think any of her motivation was in committing this act, none of those are insanity under the law, because no matter how hopeless you feel, no matter how desperate you feel, no matter how angry you feel, no matter how frustrated you feel, you don't get to commit the act of murder. And that is the law. What does the evidence actually show in this case? That was not a fleeting moment of insanity. It wasn't. The evidence shows she thought about it, that she planned it. She had searched how to snap a neck. She had searched killing someone to save them. And you'll have her searches back there, and you can go through them, and you'll see the progression, because on or about November 22nd or 23rd, she starts questioning the ideologies of the group. Am I sinning? Like, I should be with this man who has multiple wives. She's starting to question her reality. She's not questioning her delusions. She's questioning her reality. And then she starts to wonder about whether the consequences of those certain things are, none of those are delusions. And she starts to plan an exit strategy. And the evidence is she was weighing her options. She was Googling. And you can look at her phone. You could see she was Googling travel plans. She was Googling bus tickets and how to get a bus ticket for a 13-month-old woman traveling alone with a baby. She was evaluating the other options, thinking about leaving. She was desperately tied to him and loved him. And as I said in the opening statement, she could not decide if she wanted to stay or go, as she picked different options. And that is what the evidence shows. She was so desperate to not know which one she wanted. And she decided to end it for both of them, except for the fact that she was unsuccessful for herself. She was at her parents' house for days between what she Googled, these thoughts of wanting to kill Hannah, and when she actually killed Hannah. That's what the evidence is. She wasn't deprived of her ability to get the help. She waited. She just wasn't ready to give him up. Her mom said she stayed for a couple of days and then she went to look at some property with him in Knoxville. And we know she wasn't ready to give him up because she stuck it out with him for years, even after she killed Hannah. If killing your own child doesn't wake you up, what does? She made those choices. She was not a captive. She had the ability to go. She had the ability to call 911. She had the ability to access money. That's what the evidence has been before you. She chose not to. This is ultimately what the evidence in this case shows. She was not motivated by her delusions, her insanity, or her mental illness. What she was motivated by was her reality. And it was a reality that she chose over and over and over again. And I'm asking you to hold her accountable for what she did to Hannah. Because while there may be some evidence that she suffered a difficult life or that she's experienced certain things, that does not give her the right to take away the life of a 13-month-old child. That does not give her the right to stab that baby girl who did nothing to her. Repeatedly. That there were so many other choices, that she could have chose. That there have to be consequences under the law for killing a defensive, innocent child. And when you apply the law, when you do the legal formula, and you look at the insanity laws, you will clearly see she does not meet them. And that the only true verdict in this case is the one that holds her responsible for her actions, just as anybody else who committed an act like this would be. To find her guilty, this is the last place that Hannah experienced life. She stabbed this baby girl to death until what the ER doctor said. She was empty. She had no blood left. It was a violent, heinous, horrible way to die. And I don't care how bad your life is, you do not get to do to this baby girl. And there'll be no consequences for you. She chose that life. Hannah did not. Hold her responsible. Apply the law. Apply the law in a reasoned way that doesn't play into sympathy. That is objective. That speaks to justice. That is your duty. When you apply the law and you objectively evaluate the facts, in this case, the only conclusion is that you reach is just that. Thank you. Members of the jury, next phase of the trial, and then they went to the judges, all of the judges, the instructions. And we're not going to go through that because it's already 3:35. And the last time I said I was going to be wrapping this up, it was 2:30. And we've only covered one thing. No, we've covered two things. We have two more things to cover. We have Kristy Blanchard, and we have the legal case. This channel's the legal case. And we're going to do Kristy Blanchard first. And I'm just going to make sure that you guys are still here. And you are. Okay. So, I'm going to do a poll on Chloe Driver, and then we're going to move to Kristy. Now, I'll tell you what. I couldn't find her guilty by reason of insanity because I do believe she knew the difference between right and wrong. I don't believe she did not know the difference between right and wrong. And for that, you can't do it. You can't do it. So I'll tell you right now, I believe she's going to be found guilty. And I believe they'll have a verdict probably tomorrow. Oh, I did the wrong. Oh, I did. I don't want to start a question and answer. I want to start a poll. Let me see here. Where is my poll? I think I'm in the wrong. Hold on a minute. I am in the wrong one. Okay. Start a poll. Okay. All right, there you go there. Hi, little lady. I misbehave. I'm ready. Oh, I'm in top chat and that's not good. All right, so you guys are answering, and I'm going to go on to Kristy. So Kristy, it's interesting. There was a TikTok live by someone that's not on this platform anymore, Natasha Cooper. And girl, you went down the rabbit hole. I did? With this one here? You talking about Kristy? I did. I went down the rabbit hole. Kevin was with me, a few other people. We went down the rabbit hole. Okay? First, we did listen to Kristy on that TikTok live. Then there's another creator, Flawless Nina. And so let me explain. There's a huge rift between whether this makeup influencer who's never covered true crime, okay, that I know of, but latched onto the Gypsy case and has stated this Gypsy case is making her bank, okay? She's laughing the whole way to the bank. Allegedly, I think making $6,000 on just one video and being very proud of it. Okay. So Natasha was saying that she sucks, clickbait, she'll say anything for money, she doesn't vet anything. Well, you know, not for anything, but Gabby Petito case, Natasha Cooper was streaming WFLA and said stuff about bullets and all this stuff that was not true, that was getting clicks and huge bank, okay? So, pot meat kettle, right? But that whole debacle, and I just addressed this with Ken and Gypsy breaking up. And this Nina person was one of the ones out of the gate with this, okay? And said she had it from a great source. They had a very good source. But what happened was It appeared she had egg on her face because there was a baby shower when they were supposed to be broken up. They were at a freaking baby shower, and there are pictures. I showed you that all over the internet. They even made a little blurb, "We're not broken up." And other things. And you remember the other night, someone came in here and said, "Oh my gosh," and then Gypsy picked the night that Mia graduates from nursing school to do this. And I said, I don't think so. Let me check something. No, I don't believe that Mia graduated from nursing school. I said, number one, I checked Mia's social media. I don't know what college or whatever that ends November 16th. Okay? And then I said, she was at the baby shower. There are pictures of Mia at the baby shower. She's not at her graduation. So I said it. Go back and I said, no, I don't believe that's true. That's just something that people pick up and they run with it, and it gets clicks and views, and it's more stuff. Well, that was confirmed by Kristy. So yay, Carolyn gets a point on that one. She did not graduate. So everybody that was running with that freaking rumor for clicks and views. No, Mia's graduation is next month. And guess what? She's going into nursing, labor and delivery, just in time to deliver Gypsy's baby at home. But no, I said that part, but she is in labor and delivery. Okay. So, that's one of the things that from the horse's mouth. But now, there's another thing. And I have not seen anybody, not one person, say what I'm going to say. When Natasha asked Kristy, what is the baby's name? Kristy said, Aurora, Raina, Euchre. What's wrong with that? Tell me what's wrong with what I just said. Aurora, Raina, Euchre. What's wrong with that? Not one person mentioned it that I saw. When they talked about slip-ups, Aurora, Raina, Euchre. Do, 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 do. Oh boy. Come on now, it's not that hard. Aurora, Raina, Euchre. Scooter, little lady, misbehave. Come on now. Aurora, Raina, Euchre. You don't know. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Are you kidding me? Don't answer this, Kevin, because you know the answer. Misbehave. Honey Floor, where are you? Where are the gypsy people? Where are our gypsy people? No, not the middle name. Listen again. Listen again. Aurora, Raina, Euchre. What is Ken's last name? Is his last name Euchre Or is it Urker? It goes by Urker over here. But I remember I told you there was something that was very interesting in Ken's Instagram, where he went with a different version, and then somebody said, you mean it's not Urker? Errker? Like that, Urker. Oh my gosh, you're not listening, Scooter. It's not about his last name. It's about the way she pronounced it. She said, Euchre, like Bob Eubanks, and not Urker. If that was your son-in-law to be, do you think you would know his name? Why would she? So Kevin and I were discussing it with some other people in here, Scooter. And we said, I can't believe they didn't catch the slip on Ken's name. Did she slip? Is it really Euchre? Or did she want you to think that? I think we said something like that. We both said that. Or does she just want you to think that? There's something with that, okay? So that was a slip. She slipped on his name. And there's a reason for that. Oh, Scooter, stop it. There's a reason. The other thing is, now, you hear it all the time, right? People play mind games. They either think they know something and they run with it and they quote these sources, right? Sometimes they have sources and sometimes they don't have sources. Sometimes they're guessing. Sometimes they're guessing from things. We see this all the time. You see it in tabloids. You see it everywhere. You know, oh, that person has a baby bump. Oh, that person's getting a divorce. Oh, that celebrity, there's something else major going around. If they show up without a ring on, if they show up, you know, they had a big meal and they might just have a little bit of a food belly or something. They've got a baby. It just, there's things, right? And sometimes they're lucky. And sometimes it's evident that after a long period of time, though, that couple does get a divorce. Oh, see, we knew it. We knew it. So there's this huge thing that gets debunked, right? Huge. That Ken and Gypsy broke up. And now you've got this creator that everybody's looking at and saying, ha ha, right? What did you do here? Are you a clickbaiter? What's going on? I thought you said we could trust you. And so she flips it around. And so you hear on this live that they say that she's on a certain other creator and she's saying she's the queen, okay? And that they say that Gypsy and Ken did not break up. Now listen to what happens next. Natasha says to her, girl, now I don't remember verbatim, but it's something like, you know, they were doing all the y'alls and girl, and Christy there was using the Lord's name in vain, okay? That really bothered me, but y'all need to find out what's going on there because you got a mole. And she said, yeah, I know, we're going to get to the bottom of it. We're going to get to the bottom of this. Now, I ask you this. If you have an organization, if you have a group of friends, if you have anybody, and you've got some people that are against you, and let's just say, take this one, okay? And they tell me that Scooter moved to California, left everything behind, and I'm hiding it, right? And all these other creators go on. Did you hear? Scooter chick left Indiana. She is in California by herself. She's pursuing a new life. She's left everything she's ever known. And then People magazine comes on and says, Scooter just won the Indiana karaoke and her entire family was by her side. And then everybody looks at these people that said Scooter was in California. And so then I get on there and then say, and let's say someone says, Carolyn, you got a mole around here. Now, what would my response be? My response would be, a freaking mole? They didn't know the first thing that was going on with Scooter. They freaking thought she was in California when she was in Indiana with her entire family at the karaoke contest. A mole, my foot, we don't have a mole. Okay? That would be the normal thing. So when Natasha would say to Christy, y'all got to get to the bottom of that. What's going on there? You got a mole, girlfriend. What's going on? Then Christy would say, what are you talking about, Natasha? I don't have any mole. They thought Can and Gypsy they done broke up. They're together closer than ever. You see them at that baby shower? These people are plumb nuts. And that lady, she just wanted clicks and views. That would be what you would expect Christy to say. And I know I didn't do her Cajun accent. I just kept her with a Southern one. That's my prerogative. I can make the characters in my story sound like anything I want. So, anyway. That would be the response. Okay? Now listen. Christy's response is, yeah, no, I got to find out what's going on. But wait, there's more. While Natasha gets involved with a little family business, Christy's on there just reading the chat. And Christy says, how would there be a mole if it's not true? I believe they said a snake. A snake, they called it. How would there be a snake if it's not true? Boy, Natasha, she might have gotten whiplash turning around to... She diverted that like you can't believe. She diverted that question. Christy didn't answer it. Snake. And they diverted things. But it was in everybody's mind, and I'm sure it was in Christy's mind. Because later on they told her to answer a question. They wanted her to answer another question about Gypsy. So, here I'm not finished. Then, Natasha says that this beauty influencer that came up with that thing that was debunked, and I'm putting air quotes, debunked, said that she's the queen and that it was all filmed for the show, the breakup. And y'all can stay tuned and see it. So now, here's the thing. That baby shower occurred on the 16th, right? When did the rumors start about them breaking up? And could it have happened after the baby shower? Could there be a Lifetime scene where they're cleaning up? All the guests have gone home. It was a very small shower. It was a very, very small shower. It was probably just put on for a Lifetime. Could it have been, as they were cleaning up, something happened? Now Ken's dog was missing. Ken's dog was returned. I don't think that there's any funny business with that. Okay, that's just something that happens with the dog. Neighbor returned it. Good, happy ending. I'm glad the dog's back, right? But let's just say they're cleaning up and something happens. Have you ever known anyone, and I don't even mean that they're the bride and groom, but who has known anyone where some big function, and I know this shower was not a big function, but have you ever known any big altercation to happen at an event like a wedding? I know. I saw one guy get so upset because the steak was not cooked the way he wanted. And he had a meltdown and it turned crazy, okay? Because the bride, you've never seen a blowout at a wedding. I mean, and not many, thankfully, but sometimes, even afterwards, I saw people split up and the other person get together with somebody else. And I'm not talking about the bride and groom. I'm talking about people that went to the wedding. So things like that happen. You may not read. Okay. Well, I'm not talking about that. This is about this live. So, when it was said that it was filmed for the show, and I just think, okay, if I put myself in that position and then someone comes and says, you're a liar about Scooter because I'm just going to make up a creator's name. Justice Jenny, and I'm sorry if there really is a Justice Jenny. Justice Jenny says she's the queen and it was just filmed, Scooter being out in California for the new reality show. Now, if that is total BS and I know it, I'm going to say, oh yeah? BS. Bring the receipts because it didn't happen. Okay? Scooter's in Indiana. She's still in Indiana. She's still wearing the tiara from the karaoke that she won. And everything is fine. She hasn't been in California in years. Okay. That's what I'm going to say. I'm not going to sit there silent when somebody says that this person that said that Ken and Gypsy broke up says it was filmed for the show and that everybody's going to see it. And you just sit there like a little jerk. So now that influencer doubles down. And she says, do you freaking think that I told you, and I didn't say alleged, and I didn't say this, and I didn't say maybe, but I told you with 100% certainty, without releasing the source, that Ken and Gypsy broke up. And you will see it. Now, is it just written in for the show? Did the show need some drama? Okay, guys, let's have where Gypsy questions whether Ken really loves her or if he's just there for the baby. And let them have a blowout. And let that be, we film over there at night and we'll have Gypsy's point of view, Ken's point of view, and then tomorrow we'll take them to a beach and they can both be walking in the same direction and they'll do one of those running to each other's arms. So is it staged drama for Lifetime? Is it somebody saving face? Well, what kind of face is she going to save? If that beauty influencer is lying, she might be running to the bank now. But when that series comes out, if it's not true, they're gonna string her up then. It's gonna be worse than if she had just come through and said, gosh, I guess my insider is not so great. I shouldn't have trusted that insider. I hope you'll forgive me. But she doubled down. So, then you can say, okay, well, there is some evidence here. Why would Natasha quickly rush in when they said, if it's a lie, why do you think you have a snake? If it's not true, why do you think you have a snake? So, what do? What do I think? I think it's a mess. I think there is drama. I think it's scripted. I think Ken knows where the money is. Kristy says that Ryan knew where the money was, but Ken knows where the money is. And I know these reality shows are BS. They want the freaking drama. But I also know that Gypsy is erratic. And I also know that bridal shower, baby shower, yeah, they may have gotten some great pictures, and yeah, everybody may have looked real, real happy. But after it was over, and especially saw her sister Mia, wearing, looking in a way that she can't look, obviously, with that baby bump that comes and goes, but still. Going to graduate from nursing school next month. Getting a lot of attention, I'm sure. And then Ken not giving her the affection she wants. Ken not treating her the way that she wants. Ken just not into her. Pregnancy hormones. And she says, do you really love me? Do you really want to be with me? If there was no baby here, would you still want to marry me? And maybe he said, look, I'm tired of this crap. I don't want to have these questions. And he constantly asks, I can't take it. Your need for attention is so creepy. Okay? Stop it. And then she has a blowout. And it's of epic proportion. It's the kind that Nick mentioned. It's the kind that Ryan mentioned. It's the kind where she throws them off the cliff. And she has borderline personality disorder. And she says, just get out of here. I don't want you anymore. Get out of here, Ken. You're done. And you're not getting any lifetime money. I'm writing you out. I'm having them write you off. So then Ken's going to beg, right? Then she's going to watch. She's going to throw him off that cliff the same way she did with Ryan. And then she's going to watch. Do you still want me? You still want to beg? You still want to beg? See, but Ryan really loved her. I don't think Ken does. I don't think Ken is going to jump through the hoops that Ryan did. Now, Ken is going to go after the money. Ken knows where that gravy train is. But he's going to put up a little more of a fight than Ryan. So, I think something did happen. I think something happened after the baby shower. I think they could easily use the baby shower. So let's just say, hypothetically, Scooter won that karaoke contest and she was with her whole family, right? And then as she's getting her big award and stuff in the car, her sister comes over and says, I don't know. I don't know if you rightfully won that award. And Scooter's like, why? Why couldn't you just say congratulations to me? Why do you always have to compete with me? You've been competing with me my whole life. I can't take it. And then somebody told her and her family to calm down. And she said, why did you tell me to calm down? There's nothing wrong with the way I'm acting. I'm not acting crazy. You know what? I'm done with it. I'm going to California. And she got in her car and she took off to California. You know, I didn't think of anything of this before. I can just do this. If you're just wondering about this, I just do this as just right on just as I'm talking. But I've got a story here. Scooter drives to California. So then when I'm questioned about the snake over here that put out this information about Scooter, I say, are you crazy? Are you crazy? Look at this. I have the pictures of Scooter. Here she is when they crowned her. And she won that karaoke. And here she is with her entire family. Don't they look happy? And I keep saying it over and over. Which sister? It's going to be between, I think, wait a second. I always forget about your sister, Becky. Okay. I think it's going to be Melissa. I think we'll put Melissa in this one. I don't want Shelley to get angry with me. So anyway, I could sit there till I'm blue in the face and keep throwing up all the pictures of that night that was great, because everything was great that night. And it didn't happen until Scooter was loading
that 3-foot karaoke award into her car, that her sister was seeing red, okay? But somehow, some stalker was following, and they saw it all. Right? So we got a problem. But I'm not going to acknowledge the snake. But I am going to acknowledge the snake, because then somebody's going to get on and going to say, Carolyn girl, you got a snake over there. Yeah, I know. We're going to get to the bottom of it. We think we know who it might be. And we're going to cut them off. We know who it might be. We've got it narrowed down to 2. If I say that, then I've just told everybody Scooter's in California. No matter how many pictures I show of her winning that karaoke, she's over there in California. That's it. That snake is there. So, come on. When Kristy agreed that there is a snake, we have to assume there's a breakup. And the only question is the breakup staged for Lifetime? Is it already over? Was it for an episode? Was it for a cliffhanger? But there's something. Now, okay, here's the other thing. With that other source and that other person, why didn't that person give her the whole story? Why did that person just tell her that Ken and Gypsy broke up? Why wouldn't they have said, hey, you know, Gypsy had a baby shower, is having a baby shower. She had a baby shower. And you know what? After it was over, and the Lifetime crew was there, and they filmed everything, she had a conniption of epic proportions. She had an episode. She was highly episodic. She freaked out. She lost it. And Ken and her, Splitsville. But there was no mention of the baby shower. So is this source playing her? And is this source only telling her certain things? Things that make you go, There's a lot to unpack. Kristy was highly agitated. She was cursing. And if she acts like that on a live, imagine what she's doing when the cameras are off. So, what do you think? Let's take a look. We're going to take another poll. So we've got on this poll, you guys think she's going to be found guilty. And I agree with you. I think she's going to be found guilty too. You need to be packing, Brenda? Okay, so I'm going to take another poll. Now, when I say, do you think Ken and Gypsy broke up? They could be back together. You could still say whether they broke up. And so, I mean, for a short time, still broken up, you would answer yes, yes, yes. If you think at any time that that was true, they broke up, that's it. Okay?
They could already be back together. It could have been a Lifetime stunt. It could have been just filmed for Lifetime. But if you believe there was a breakup, let me know. And I'm going to let the Zoom come on in case any, and Scooter, if you want to come up and put your 2 cents in about your karaoke trophy, you're welcome to come on up. But I'm going to pull the panel up. And I still have to talk. Oh, hold on. I can't do that yet. I didn't tell you about the legal case. Hold on. I can't do that yet. Let's see. Let me see what you say. Okay, so the majority of you are saying that, no, now it's changing. So the majority of you are saying that you believe it. Okay. Gotcha. All right. Now, okay. So let's see what the poll says. Okay, 73% of you say yes. All right, fine. So now, White Angel, where are you, White Angel? She asked me a question last night. She said, "Did your legal case get the date set for trial?" Not yet. But it's there. You can read the letter from my lawyer, that we are ready to proceed to summary judgment or a jury trial, and the letter from the other attorney asking for a trial date. So we are waiting on the trial date. And we are going to be documenting with you guys every bit of this trial. And we are going to have a lot of ramblers there supporting. So, okay. So anyway, if you want to read the letter from my lawyer, what he basically says is that there is no bad faith DMCA takedown notice on my part. That I have shown both in the deposition, multiple examples, and in submitting discovery, and in the own forms from YouTube where you swear by and, affirm that you've considered fair use before submitting the DMCA takedown. Because there is a lot of lies on these YouTube streets, lots of lies. And the lies on these YouTube streets is that fair use is anything. Or people used to think fair use was, 3 seconds of this or 3 seconds of that. And none of that is true. And there's 4 factors of fair use. But it all boils down to the good faith, meaning that the person that is filing a DMCA considers fair use and believes that it is not fair use, that their content is being used, taken, uploaded, stolen, whatever you want to say, but that content, but that you've considered that. Okay? And you've gone through that, and you know and you're aware of what fair use is and what constitutes it. That's what it is. So there's quite a few cases that my lawyer has put up there in the same Southern District of New York court, and there's it's quite a lengthy read, and I don't know, maybe I will read it another time, but I've read a lot tonight, and it is up there, and it's a very, very short little paragraph, I believe it is, from the other lawyer, just basically telling us of how he's got depositions out of town and if a much needed vacation, and please don't schedule the conference to conflict with that if possible, and move on to scheduling the jury trial. So that is that, and this is this. So again, we have a legal fund. We're going to see this through. We would never give up and give a default judgment or something. No. We're confident we are going to prevail in this. And I know what I did, and I know 100%. As a content creator, I know exactly what fair use is. I know the 4 factors of it. I know exactly that I've considered that and the reasons why it wasn't. And I stated that in the deposition. And I stated that multiple times. And I've sworn to that in the DMCA takedowns. So to accuse me of acting in bad faith on that? No, not a chance. Because my actions and the proof and everything shows the exact opposite. And it is a precedent. And it's a precedent for every content creator that's had their original content stolen. And put up in a way that is not covered by fair use at all. So, yeah, we will stand tall. And that's just the way it is. So anyway, that's the update on that. So White Angel, I will let you know immediately when we have a trial date, and I hope that you will come down and join the other Ramblers. Rambler strong. Okay, and what else are we going to talk about? We're going to play the word cookie game and do the daily, and then I'm going to go to bed because I have a medical appointment tomorrow, and I would really appreciate if you all keep me in your prayers because I'm really, 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 really worried about it. And I've tried not to. I've tried to go on with things, and but yeah, and Jimmy's worried as well, very worried, and that's very rare for him. So yeah. It's word cookie time. Oh, it's a big one. I put trudged in the beginning. I don't know what happened. Rug. Rude. How rude. Well, thanks for all the hearts, guys. Okay, let's see. Rude. Oh, and the wristbands. Yeah, I know a lot of you have been doing the wristbands. They're $5 a wristband, and they support the legal fund. So that's another way. And of course, I know some of you send stuff PayPal for the legal fund. Just specify on it. That's great. Got that too. Appreciate that. Let's see here. Oh, gird. How about gird? No. Rude, rug. Yeah, Kevin, that didn't work. Turd. Oh, thanks for all the hearts. Hi, Emmy. Oh, duet. Isn't that funny? Of course that's there. There's not 2 R's, Emmy. There's not 2 G's. What do you got there? How could there be that? You guys are driving me crazy. I know you never know what works. You should see I want to. Okay. There we go. We did it. That's all I'm going to do tonight. And because Scooter's not going to come up, I'm going to call in a night. She ruined it. No. I've got to get some rest. All right. Love you guys. God bless. Prayers. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys. Love you.